Oh, I hope those are working. Yeah, that was loud. Oh, I hope it didn't start with me laughing into the microphone really loud. Testing. Did it work? There we go. I'm getting the little, you're live, blah, blah, blah. Oh, click this button to insert an ad. Maybe I'll just make y'all sit through a commercial today. Hello, testing. How we doing? How we feeling? Can we hear me? Can we see me? Happy, almost said Thursday. That's not right. Wednesday. Um, Hope everyone's doing good. Just gonna be hanging out, and one of the things I'm gonna do is mic sounds good. Perfect. Thank you. Um, it's gonna look like I'm looking at my wall. I have a second monitor hooked up, so um, I one of the things I'm going to be doing is ranking episodes of the Owl House and stuff. Something I don't like doing, but for a good cause. We're all winners. But this is a not only an opportunity to hang out and try to unwind from the chaos of our time, but also to raise some money for the Trevor Project. There's a link to donate to the fundraiser pinned to chat, as well as in the description. And if you're unable to donate, 20% of the revenue I make in June on both my channels, merch and everything, that's all being donated as well. So if you're unable to donate right now, watching stuff, clicking on stuff, that also helps. Two monitors, what a pro gamer strat. Yeah, well, I I taught every gamer you've ever heard of. I taught them everything they know about the setup. That was I was the one who invented that. The idea of playing a video game for an online audience. That was me. I don't take credit. Um but yeah, we're raising money for the Trevor Project. I'm sorry, June's been such a mess for me personally, with my family and everything, as well as a lot of the universal stuff distorting one's energy and drive. I wanted to do like at least 2 streams in June. I wanted to make a lot of videos and, raise a lot of that 20% revenue on the back end and stuff, more opportunities to hang out and donate. And that super didn't happen. So I appreciate everyone who's just been patient and kind and, not not bummed about that. Because it's been a bit of a bummer. Because I set the goal over like Memorial Day weekend for the Owl House season 2 finale video, and then the link wasn't working, and the first stream wasn't working, and uh, I'm bad at doing all this, but I'm learning. I'm getting in the habit of writing down in my little notebook all the things that gave me trouble, so I can fix them in the future. But we are raising money for the Trevor Project. If you have like a conversation topic or a question or something, or just to say hi, include that in the message if you want. Again, the link to donate is pinned to chat as well as in the description. And yeah, what is happening?
Oh my goodness.
Hello? What happened? What? Tara, thank you.
That's
What?
a Philippine peso.
Ooh, thank you for the 249 pesos. Um, Google is going to take a portion of that, but that counts as my revenue. So a portion of that is also being donated. I hope that's what you meant to do, but thank you. Um, but yeah, a portion of that will also be donated, because that counts as revenue. Google takes a portion, and then I get taxed. So it'll still be a portion of that. The link, if you wanted to donate to the fundraiser, is pinned to chat. But thank you. I really appreciate that. Um, but thank you all the same. I hope that's what you meant to do. I don't know how to undo it if it's a Google, the YouTube donation. Um, but yeah, thank you though. Oh, it's this little dancing lemon. Hi. Um, there's no, just the lemon. Okay, no message. Okay. No worries, you don't have to. I was just hoping. Um, Reflexes made me donate through YouTube. Oh, is there? Do you know if there's a way for us to undo that? I don't remember. I mean,
It's
I
still a portion of it's still going.
yeah. Chat revenue says it was like $4 for me before taxes, so I'll actually write that down right now. My notebook's almost empty. $4 plus 20%. I've been filling up this notebook with like everything. Like this goes all the way back to like the planters need to avoid conflict. That's so crazy. Okay, now I'm staring at that. But yeah, we'll be ranking Owl House episodes and just talking about stuff and just hanging out. So I don't know. I kind of wanted to wait a little bit to start the ranking part, or I always want to have a plan and something to do with my hands so I don't get so nervous. And then here I am just sitting here going, someone be in charge of me. What do I do? I'll be sure to donate that for you. Yeah, it's just Google's going to take a portion of that up front before it goes to me, but it'll still be part of the separate donation. But yeah, the donation for the Trevor Project is it's pinned to chat as well as in the description, and Alana, who's modding, is also dropping it in chat from time to time. It works, right? The one that's pinned. Okay, perfect. Cool. But I hope everyone's doing good. You know, still gonna give everyone a couple minutes to get your water, get your snacks. Forsake all other content creators but me. You're only allowed to have one. You could stroke your beard like a supervillain. Don't encourage me. I keep pulling at it, and I'm like, you can see there's a little like missing spot over here. It's a little thinner. It's because that's where I've been like pulling the most, and I've caught myself doing it in videos while I'm editing too, and it's frustrating. So there'll be times where I'm like, that was a really good, smart sounding sentence that I made, but I'm doing this while I do it. It's so frustrating. And I just did it again. Glad I randomly decided to binge the Owl House last week just in time for this. Yeah, I mean, let's pretend that everything I do is so meticulously thought out and I'm so smart. As opposed to, I would have done this stream the other day, but something happened to my mouth again, and I had to go deal with that. So we'll just pretend that was all part of the cosmic plan in my big brain. Get a fidget toy. Yeah, but then when I'm filming, because I usually mess around with like a pen or something, but I don't want the noise to get in the way. Because like I remember someone gave me like a fidget cube once, and all I was doing was the clicking part, and I'm like, this isn't helping anything. I mean, it's helping the fidget. You're, as the kids say, slaying the day away, King. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, who knows? Maybe if we this whole fundraiser is such a disaster already. I wanted to do several streams. If we hit a milestone, I'll put in my head. I'll write it down actually. If we get at least that far, I'll start talking about some of the videos I've been recording in the last month, and then either stuff's been happening or I've been busy doing other things. So they're still coming. Maybe I'll tell you some of the ones I'm working on if we're real good, if everyone eats their vegetables. Give this toy that's give the toy a squeeze whenever you feel the urge to cause chaos. That's them's the breaks kid, right? That was Little Lita. That was given like the stress toy and she just destroys it.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm thinking of?
I think so.
Thank you. I'm doing great. We're being so nice. Yeah, squeak pop. I don't know. I'm bummed. I'm bummed that I never can fully like compartmentalize my thoughts. What's up?
Uh, Tara or Tara.
Oh
Not
my
sure.
gosh, that's so tiny on my monitor.
But 20 to the dono.
Thank you for donating 20 to the Trevor Project. Thank you. Let me check. I'm bummed. Like I always try to condense my thoughts because I don't want like a crazy long video about the Owl House all the time. Thanks so much for being a genuine joy to watch and engage with, Bill, and following your channel since the Trying to Stand Steven Universe video. And suffice to say, I'm beyond glad I did. Oh, thank you. Dang. That's the outside times.
Yeah.
That's everyone's everyone's an OG for the first we'll say 250k. You're in that, like, you know, one of the original Power Ranger lineups. But that's going back. That was a camera that you just happen to have in your closet. And I was like, "Oh, can I use that, please?" And nothing else.
I had to sit behind it and manually tap it.
Yeah, because like we couldn't get it to like focus on its own. Man, those are the days. We had to put like massive blankets over this like French door because it wasn't like a full room. Um, but can I be the Green Ranger? We're gonna have to set up a Duel Monsters tournament to decide who can be the Green Ranger.
New to the channel, I just got the notification. Yay! Thank you for doing this. You're amazing. Love your videos.
Yay! We could talk about Dead End Paranormal Park. Oh yeah, that feels like I did that. Like I watched that like 3 months ago.
That's like 10 years ago.
So much is going on. My grandma's good, but she does have a procedure tomorrow. She knew to wait a couple days to tell me, because her words not mine. I'm the sensitive one, which is true. But by the time she let me know, my mom and my aunt were already like making plans to be there, and they have to stay in a hotel because the surgeon's very far away from where she lives. So they are doing that. So she doesn't like the term thoughts and prayers. So I keep telling her no one's allowed to think about you. So no one think about my grandma. I love rewatching it. It's definitely a comfort show along with the Owl House. Yeah, I touched on it a little bit in my video because again, I'm always too nervous to do like follow-up videos because like the more discussion podcasty things never do too great analytics wise. So I have to condense like about an hour of me rambling about a song or a show or an album or anything down significantly. Like I know I still get comments or it's like, haha, this guy talks a lot. And yeah. Now imagine 3 hours of uncut, every every but, every like, every for like 3 hours. But I love watching it, especially like a second time through and being able to like take in more of the little details and stuff, because that show, rightfully so, like does not pull any punches, and I really appreciate that. Neither does honestly the Owl House. It just like, like it hits hard and fast on a lot of different things, and I appreciate that. Like whether we're talking about, you know, Barney's situation or Norma, or even taking times to explore Courtney's like kind of almost abandonment things, or even introducing like Patrick or other people who work at the park. It's all so like, it's different, heavy, direct things, and it feels like I watched that like months ago. But it's nice to rewatch it, knowing to kind of brace myself for like the beach conversation and things like that. And like noticing little details and stuff, because I also get to enjoy the horror things, which is so nice. Like I'm such a little horror nerd. Like I've gotten night terrors as well as grounded for watching scary movies as a little kid. So I love seeing those little references and stuff and things that startle me or scare me, and seeing like being able to appreciate that a little more when I know that everybody's gonna be okay. Found your channel a few months back, and it means a lot to me. How? Oh, thank you. Love your content. We'll continue loving it. That makes me very happy. Thank you. I will remember nice things like that when I'm constantly second guessing myself and living in my head, and no one wants to hear me talk about my grandma or being the Patrick, if you will. Ooh, hello. God, that's so small. Someone anonymously did something, or your username is close to anonymous.
Oh,
Great.
it's anonymous with no
And
message.
now I logged out. Oh, come on. Thank you, whoever anonymously sent a $20 donation.
Oh. Angel
It's very
said,
kind of you.
Bill, your videos made me want to write music with your Try to Stand video about music artists and the first video I watched of yours when you made your first Owl House video.
Oh, that's awesome. Have fun. Good luck. Thank you for sharing that. I think we can kind of move to the main event so I can ramble more about stuff.
This is the main event.
Because
Yeah.
the whole point, let's see if this works. I haven't done this. If you don't know about my gaming channel where I stream ideally twice a week, Bill Chill Gaming, when I stream there, I rarely use this feature, so let's see how it goes. Boop. Haha. It worked on my end. Did it work for everybody else? Now you can't see most of my body and the wall. But
Oh my gosh.
did it work? Was it too? I don't know. My little sister spent like almost an hour with me on the phone going, do you know how to use OBS? And I'm like, I got it to work, so kind of. And she spent all this time with me on the phone trying to help me understand it. It's fine. It's not like she's going through anything or a working professional. But she tried so hard to help me explain it. She's like, cool, let's hop on Discord. And I'm like, what's Discord? So it's fine. It's fine. It's not a bit, guys. I genuinely don't know anything about stuff. I just chill. I barely know how to edit. It's real gamer hours now. Yeah. Everyone should be able to see this. Everyone should recognize this, rather. So this is like, I was hoping to find season 2 or season 2B specifically on Tier Maker, but then I found like all the episodes and they have like the titles on them and stuff, even though they're like super small. So we're gonna do all of them.
We got £5 from RA.
I can't. That's gonna be its own category. Thank you, Ari, for the £5. Appreciate that. Oh gosh, and it's gone. I just saw. Congrats, you're an influencer. Am I? I don't think I am. I don't think I can influence anybody.
Yeah, saw an All House opinion vid earlier. The algorithm put in front of me a featured a clip of Bill's Trying to Stand video in the same manner. Congrats, you're an influencer.
Oh, someone referenced me in an opinion video?
I think so.
That's cool.
Honestly.
Well, hang out. Thank you, whoever did that. But I don't like doing ranking stuff, especially when I'm attached. It was fun to do it for Studio Ghibli movies because I was only attached to like 2 before going on that, like just every movie marathon that I did. So like it was definitely fun, but it's hard for me to do this. So there are no losers, right? Ever. But especially for the Owl House, I'm going to put a little category of I can't, because there's a couple of episodes. I think you might be able to name at least one. Spoilers ahead, everybody. Donate to the Trevor Project from the link in chat or in the description and run if you want to avoid spoilers, but also support a good cause. There's a couple of episodes that are kind of in that I need to skip this unless I really want to feel. And I don't always want to feel those things. So there's just a special little section here of just nope. Um, they're you know, the ouchie episodes, and that's just where they're gonna go. Because I'm this is obviously personal opinion. I know my opinion. I'm an influencer. My opinion carries a lot of sway and a lot of weight with a lot of people. I've redefined a generation. I get it. um, but I one of the things here is like if I could just pick up and watch the episode is going to be part of it. However, there's also episodes where I'm like, this is beautiful and a masterclass of itself. Again, I think we can all know. I think we all know at least one. It just has to be in that special little corner of our ranking system of this hurts me too much. Um, how much of season 2B ends up in I can't. How much of a lot of it ends up in I can't. There's a couple that are rough. And we will get to them. Um, we're just gonna go, I guess, in order. It's all ouchie. Yeah, well, exactly. Then we're getting into the everyone gets an S and then we all go home. Um, so yeah, we'll do S, A, B, and C. And I couldn't even tell you off the top of my head what would make a C other than it's just the pictures move. And I like it. Um, especially for episodes that just came out on Disney Plus. Yeah, we'll do that. Spoiler warning when we get to season 2B, I'll start giving out some spoiler warnings and stuff, and maybe we'll get a little vaguer towards the end. Vaguer with a G, not Vader with a D. Um, anybody watch that? How'd we feel?
Oh.
A lot of really awful people really ruined the fun of watching something mildly Star Wars related. I'm like, yikes. I'm just as itchy as when the movies were coming out. We um there's just a just in case category. Yeah, and I mean, I don't even think there's any like an episode I would inherently call bad. But yeah, we're going in order from the beginning. So this is the first episode, the pilot, which I'm also allowed to change my mind. So none of this is final until it's done. Watch time. Um, also, feel free to argue with me in the messages when you donate to the Trevor Project. The pilot for me, a lying witch in a wardrobe, a lying witch, right? The pilot for me is a solid A. It does a really great job of introducing not only Luce, but also the concept of the Boiling Isles, how we got there. It keeps everything fun and lighthearted and gives us a great starting point for not only touching on an aspect of our home life before we left, right? But I'd say also just introducing characters and that internal conflict, because we don't even get much information about a lying witch and a warden. Yeah, there's a play on yes. um it's also it's hard to it's an art form in and of itself just to do a pilot. And I think it does a great job at just kind of setting you up for the fun, preparing you for characters, and it's interesting my relationship now with the pilot after an episode like Yesterday's Lie, and I think that that adds to it. I like having those different perspectives, but I can watch the pilot and just have um have fun with it whether I want to bury myself in context or not. Um and I don't know, it also like it sells you on Luce's want very successfully and quickly too. You only have like so much time to sell it, whether the show's airing week by week, am I gonna come back next week, or you're gonna take down a whole season and change in a day or two. Um and I don't know, I also like it because it, in the grand scheme of things, it sets up a lot of playful things just to knock you down several times. Um, which we'll talk about. But what we got next? Oh, S. I find new things about witches before wizards. I find new things in that episode every freaking time I watch it, and I referenced it even in my little season 2 breakdown thing. Um, without spoiling season 2B, um, Luce's desire to dress more like a witch, being mixed with some reality, makes me appreciate the, not only it's initially there, right, of I'm gonna wear of it's even in the picture, I'm gonna wear a pointy black hat and a robe, and I'm gonna look like a witch, and this is gonna be great. And um and it's like, you're wearing a traffic cone, but like you don't look anything like a witch. Witches just dress like we do. It's not what's the word? The not caricature, but like it's not the traditional witch. I like that, and I also love just tackling all at once in your second episode, right? Because I have my little episode list pulled up so I don't get them confused. Because I've only like watched especially season 1 in big chunks. I did a whole video on just season 1. I watched it all within a day and a half. So I don't want to bleed over into the next episode by mistake, but we hit the chosen one tropes fast. We establish not only tackling those things in a funny way, but also kind of a stranger danger kind of notion as well, with like don't trust literally everybody, right? That glare on my glasses is annoying. Can I make that a little better? Um, but it's one of my favorites, honestly. I love how it pokes fun at what would be traditional or expected from the story, and it was like beyond like the pilot being interesting. That was what sold me, because I was, thank you for calling me out, and I'll take a look at that bias a little bit. I was sitting there and I'm like, let me guess, like she's gonna be the one that's going to bring balance to the force, and have us all come together right now over me and save the day. And like I'm more interested, and I'm okay with, like, if it were to be a little more standard with the story, if the characters are interesting and their growth is, impactful and inspiring. If the characters are really strong, I don't care if we have to literally, because I joke about it a lot with Amphibia. It's like, oh, we're grabbing the 3 spiritual stones. This makes me think of Zelda, which I think is intentional, but also I don't mind if the characters are interesting, if the environment and the world is unique and exciting. But this show showed me in the second episode, oh, we're not doing any of that nonsense, and it was exciting to kind of be told, like, no, you're not going to pick up a magic sword and throw the ring into a volcano. And I really loved that, and I loved how we started to get the first pieces of Ida looking out for Luz in that way, you know, wanting her to, don't trust strangers, like already kind of the not being used to having a kid to look after, go do this thing, but also be safe, be smart, come back. Uh-oh. And then going to go get her. You kind of start getting the kind of, I'm trying to think of the word, like the practical lessons of exploring the Boiling Isles, as well as things about, magic, and then also coming to her aid. It wasn't, haha, you're so dumb, figure this out yourself. It was just, okay, time to undo this, time to get the kid. I i already appreciate that feeling, while this story isn't going to be traditional. Like, the kid has someone looking out for her, and it starts those building blocks of what will become the Owl House family. And feeling those elements and stuff. Like it's really lovely because it's also it's so it's obviously not a small thing to save another person's life like that, right? Because that's what she does. But it's so inconsequential over the span of even just the first season, let alone the show. But it's those little things, and it reminds me of looking back on times where, like, my parents or my grandparents or my big sister, somebody looking out for me, a teacher, a mentor, a friend. When people looked out for me, and at the time I was like, well, I can, and then looking back, and it's like, oh, you know, as much as I want to argue with my grandpa when I was like 7 or 8 years old that I'll just wear Velcro shoes. I don't need to learn how to tie my shoes. It was still like, please just learn to tie your shoes. Like little things like that. Like it, thinking at it, looking back on it, and like, wow, like he was really patient with me because I was a very annoying child as well as an annoying adult. But like kind of whenever I like look back on that, it reminds me of that feeling of like someone was looking out for my best interest. Someone was looking out for me. I love feeling the beginning of that. Holy crap. Now that I've dimmed the brightness, I can't read it. This is the thing I just have. Yeah, I thought so. I was like, did we go to Hexide this fast? We totally did. Crap. Amity's not nice yet, but her arc is so good. Ugh. I hate this. This is why we're doing it. This is why we're doing it for a fundraiser. I hate doing this. I hate doing this. I hate doing this. It's very neat, Willow and Gus. But Principal Bump is so scary, and that Abomination teacher's so mean. I guess I'm invested. Investment's good. Yeah, it's just gonna have to. It's just gonna have to. I don't like. I love reflecting back on it. I I hate thinking of, or I guess rather, the comments make me like hopeful that you'll just watch the rest of the video. But I get it's more than the Owl House. It happened a lot with Rapunzel too. I get a lot of flack when I don't like a character. Like I'm not immediately on their side because they're going on a journey in an arc, and I'm like, mean bully girl, mean. I don't like her. And then obviously, as we grow and learn more, that's not the same person that was in the third episode, But like, oh, it makes me so mad, and like it contextual like we've gotten so much context about how important that star badge is, the top student thing, being the best, because like it's effective, and like it kind of transports me to being in school, and not taking that time to like remove myself from the situation and wonder why this person is so set on performance or grades or appearances or whatever. And like it puts me right in that, like, ooh, don't be mean. Like if you're gonna be mean, I'm gonna be mean back, which isn't right. But I love fun and games, but like dangerous fun and games. It's fun to see Luce be an abomination to her abomination, but then she almost gets like dissected, and I'm like, oh, this isn't. That's right, this is super dangerous. Um, but this is where the world really starts to kind of expand. And don't get me wrong, I would if we were to even just get one more episode added on to oh lovely
Oh.
um that's fun. Thank you. Can we get an F in chat for the mod?
Woo!
Thank you, mod.
Alana,
This
would
is
you
why
like
I
to
won't
dive in?
this is why I won't stream by myself. Great, what was I saying? I was distracted by promises of singles in my area. Um I if we got one extra episode in season 3, and it was a school one, I wouldn't be mad. I'm glad that we don't spend a lot of time with the school
Oh my
because it stays
gosh.
exciting. What's up?
We just had a $104 donation.
What? Thank
104,
you.
and then Lindsay came in clutch with another 20.
And then Lindsay, what's happening?
So we have AOI 311 with the 104 with the pride flag emoji, and then Lindsay has a message.
Oh my god. Thank you. I recognize this. AOI 311, AOI 311. I thank you for donating $104 to the Trevor Project and the little pride flag. Oh, hi. And then Lindsay, thank you for the 20. Sorry, I have not been around for the usual streams as of late. Happy to see main channel live again. Hopefully everyone's having a safe and happy Pride. Oh, and otherwise start of the summer. Yeah. Well, no worries, Lindsay. I hope you're doing good. Thank you, both of you, for donating. I hope you guys are doing good. Holy crap. Thank you. That's amazing. Thank you for that. Um, I lost complete track. Kindness distracts me. It's a shiny thing to dangle in front of me, and I will me. But thank you. That's amazing. Thank you, both of you. Again, the link to donate is pinned to chat as well as in the description. If you are unable to donate, 20% of the revenue I make in June is also, almost at March, in June, is also being donated. So clicking on stuff, watching stuff, sticking around on this stream even here, that all adds to that donation. But thank you, both of you. Now you have me spelling it out. AOI 311 and Lindsay. Thank you, both of you. What was I gonna say? I love the I guess I'll say limited amount of times that we do and don't go to school because it keeps it magical. Like there's no magic study hall, like we get detention, we get a little bit of classes, we get Grom, we get to see a little bit of like school life and school culture, but it never starts to enter that realm of like, oh, we have to wait until the story cuts back. Everything, not only does everything serve a purpose to the characters and story, but I never get tired of school, and that's something for me with a lot of stories that center around like younger characters, whether it's high school, middle school, college, whatever. um School is always boring. Even Twilight knows that. You don't spend a lot of time at school, even in that story, or you know what I mean. So I always find it to be the perfect amount. But this is like really the first time that we expand on the world, but also see something a little more structure based, and we start getting introduced to uh, ideologies, specifically uh, Ida's outlook on the education system as well as the coven system, and we start to learn a little bit about Gus, and obviously about Willow and Amity, and like hinting at their history, which they touch on obviously later a lot. um, but then also we get one of my favorite arcs, and I'm glad it hits so, like, it moves so fast that by the end of season 1 I can't imagine the Owl House without Amity. Whereas if this was just the first couple of episodes, I'm like, oh, she's the mean girl, I'm like, we can cut the mean girl and have more fun, right? Her hair's green, that's fun. I'd rather have more fun adventures than spend time getting bullied at school. So I appreciate the start of it. I hope that made sense. It's like who Amity you can appreciate who Amity becomes with where she started. But I could easily get really bored with too much school, just in general in stories. I feel like the Owl House would have to do a lot of weird episodes for me to be like, ugh, more school. But it never overstays its welcome as far as like an episode, especially when we get into season 2. It's like you're kind of craving a sense of not construction, a sense of schedule, a sense of normalcy as the story keeps progressing and things get we'll say zanier for anyone who hasn't caught up yet, because it like just dropped the rest of the episodes on Disney Plus. um I do crap art. I I want to look like such a smart, tough critic. I forgot that the intruder is next. I don't. I want to. I want everyone to be in suspense about what I'm gonna think. I don't want this to be boring or predictable. I want to have those Chef Ramsay moments where I'm like, was this from a Ken? Like I want to seem like someone to impress, but everything's gonna be at the top for at least a couple more of these. Cause boom, boom. I love everything about the Owl Curse. The introduction to it is brilliant. I I almost like kind of like talked myself out of the metaphor initially, because I was like, oh, the orange liquid kind of looks like a prescription bottle, and then went, Bill, you're being silly. It's just a show. Shows won't ever hurt you emotionally or show you things that you need to see and talk about. It's just a cartoon. My kids keep forcing me to watch that in Kanto. Am I right, everybody? Anyway, this Oscar goes to. It's fine. But like that was definitely one of those moments where I let myself take it seriously and then second guessed myself, and by the end of the intruder it was like, no dude, take this seriously. Like we're on the same page as you. We also take this seriously. I love the introduction to it. I also love we get introduced to the books we're reading, the information that we get about the Boiling Isles. Not everything is as it seems. Not everything is probably not true. I love that. Even though it's King's own book on demon biology or something. He's just documenting demons, or he just has a book. I thought he was writing the book, but maybe he just found it. I don't remember now. Either way, not everything in the books is going to be true. It sets you up for that. Um, but also we get introduced to glyphs, which is another one of my favorite things, purely because I love just that concept. Just breaking down these first couple of episodes, somebody who loves fantasy, someone who loves art, fanfic, my what was it, my Demon Slayer Academia, or my demon academia, someone who loves fandoms and takes in and ingests so much pop culture, and then finds magic through art, through drawing, like, is beautiful in and of itself. And like, yeah, I understand that it's also this wasn't the first thing to use something like a glyph, but there's something about that I just really gravitate to, not only for storytelling but also that theme there. Happy Gay Month to you as well, Alex. Monster Slayer Academia, thank you. See, that's where my brain goes to putting in actual titles of things. So thank you. But seeing her love of all these things and what little information we get from the pilot in regards to the attitude of the school and her mom, seeing her go from, stop being so obsessed with all this stuff to your love and passion and interest in these things can turn into something you could possibly do as a career, something you could develop as a skill. If nothing else, there's a utility in this. I love that. It's it's my own version of like, she might as well have been told like, stop overthinking the story of Dexter's Lab and Ed, Ed and Eddie and the Powerpuff Girls and Avatar: The Last Airbender and stuff. Like saying that to a little kid, it's like, no, keep overthinking stories, keep overthinking lyrics. It's gonna be something you're gonna use one day. So I love that. but also this is when we first discover the owl curse, the medicine, or the potion, the metaphor, the simile, the metaphor for medicine, but also touching on, I think we should drink it. No, don't. Like, already, like, kind of infusing a lesson as well as the story, but also not putting on kid gloves, you know? Someone who this isn't prescribed to, because King brings up the concept to Luce that, like, maybe drinking that is the key to Ida's power, and Luce almost drinks it, which is dangerous if that's not your prescription. Yes.
Yeah, $10 dono.
Hey,
On the Tiltify.
thank you. Scroll up, please. Thank you, Red 2000. Hey, I'm at work, unable to watch the stream, but I want to say hi and hope you have a wonderful day. Also, drink your water. I do have my water, Red. Thank you. And I hope you have a good time at work. And I hope you enjoy catching up. Drop a comment when you get to your donation. That's me! But thank you. Thank you for donating to the Trevor Project. Yeah, go you. I'm the third bill. I come third. You come first, and the good people in your life come second. What was I saying? But like already handling that metaphor with so much care. I really like that episode, and it also kind of encapsulates a little bit of spookiness early with, like, you know, hunting for the owl beast, thinking that it's one demon, but it's not. Certainly not the most horror infused episode in the series so far, but kind of already starting us on that, you know. Again, the outside world is fun and mysterious and magical, but don't trust everybody. Don't trust everything the books tell you. You know, witches, you know, old and young or whatever, witches have their own problems to sort through. They got to figure out their life, their ambitions, their majors in school, all that stuff. Like, it's more than a fairy tale here. Yes.
Question from Dylan. Since humans can do magic with glyphs, do you think it could be possible to use magic by tattooing glyphs, or would it not work? Because an example of the paper getting consumed, the glyphs need a form of matter or energy to actually activate.
This episode's already up on Disney Plus for a while. Philip already does that. So I think the answer is yes.
Oh.
I mean, I would assume so. I'm not one of those cool YouTubers who also gets to work on the Owl House. Shout out to Rebecca Rose. It's so cool. I'd assume so, right? I like to think it's a tattoo and not, you know, a pumpkin carving, we'll say. I hope it's a tattoo. I just broke my pen saying that. I broke the little thing off.
Oh no!
I fidget. It's fine. It's fine. Ooh, I have a cloth. These are quiet.
I was gonna say.
And it feels nice on my fingies. I didn't catch that. No, it's really fast, but yeah, it's you know, Cool Aunt Lilith, that episode. Stay mad. Elsewhere and Elsewhen. When he's checking out his china, his fancy plate collection. It's right around there. I'll keep it about that vague for later episodes, especially. But yeah, it's like on his arms, because it was a bit, but I called it because I was making the joke when Luce claps her hands together. It's like Full Metal Alchemist and Full Metal Alchemist. So I nailed that. Is it confirmed? I don't think so. I haven't seen anyone like directly ask and get an answer, but I mean, it's something. It didn't go away, because to the question Dylan asked, the paper goes away, and that could also be why he's, you know, made a goop. That could be where that comes from, and that's also what destroyed the Bellows bag theory. F in the chat for that theory video not being made, because it went away. It already got denied / confirmed. But I think so. I think my takeaway, my interpretation, until proven otherwise by one with authority, um, I think so. Uh, I don't think it's something as specific as a tattoo. I think it'd be a little different because I also feel like in a world of magic, you can just, bibbity bobbity boo that right off you. But I think so. Um, but no, the intruder's one of my S tier. No, stop. We need to. Okay, there's a couple coming up. I think. Yeah, there's a couple coming up that aren't in the high end of this. Um, Convention only gets an A and not an S because this was it's still something that confuses me. I'm not mad about it, but the illustration of the boosts from the temporary tattoos really confused me. And then the comments on my video confused me even more. I still really like this episode. I would argue the weight of the location having more of a presence after you watch Them's the Breaks Kids is more of a reflection on Them's the Breaks Kids. But I love the episode. I appreciate Lilith's introduction, but Ida and Lilith have a much better fight later in season 1 than that one. But it is the first time you see that, I don't know what the technical word is, drawings move, and I think that's magic in and of itself. Science and magic are one and the same where I come from. But I love, this is when I felt like I really understood that there was something off in the world of the Boiling Isles, and it wasn't, haha, we hate humans. It was complicated, it was systemic, it was deep, and I really loved that. It's also a moment where we get to see the first real sliver of Amity's humanity. Witch manatee? A witch manatee. A manatee. That's a witch. I still really like the episode. A lot of the questions I have does get kind of cleared up a little further along, but I like the fun of it. I like the swag bag joke. I like the sort of B storyline with King wanting just free stuff. That's really fun, and it balances out nicely with the duel that gets canceled in place of the duel where stuff goes down and we have to deal with that later. Also hinting at Ida has parents as well as a sister. It's a fun episode. It raised a lot of questions for me, and everything that I love in that episode, Amity's softer, warmer side, connecting with Luce, a duel between Ida and Lilith. We get all that more and grander later. I guess the only thing that still really sticks out to me that isn't in other episodes is that Ida battles with stone hooties. I don't think she does that again, which makes me wonder if I know everyone gets tired of me bringing up the trending video, the hootie hole theory, but again, hootie hole theory. Not the episode that set me on that path, but it's still one where I sit there and I look at it and I'm like, what's the connection here? Why owls? Why all the time always? But I really love the episode. It's just, like I said, everything that's big and special in it gets bigger later.
We got a $50 dono.
Whoa, what?
I didn't catch the GIF.
Oh, is the GIF working?
It is, but I was also
Speaking of Amity, you can read this on stream. Thank you. You make really cool content that always brings a smile to my face and makes me feel welcome. Thank you. Let me move this so I can see your name. Forgive me in advance. Thank you, Coniferous. I hope I said that right. Thank you for the $50 donation, and thank you for saying nice things. Thank you for donating to the Trevor Project. Bill and his Hootie Hole Theory video. First off, Hooty. I would know. I'm the internet expert on all things Hootie. Also, I won't lie. There was a small part of me that's like, what if this is my first like million view video? Is my brain rot theory turned real? I don't think I don't see. Sometimes I search it around. Don't think I don't see when people bring it up on Twitter and Tumblr and Reddit and all that stuff. Sometimes I search the Hootie Hole theory and I just look to see if people are mentioning it places. Thank you to all those people. That was one of my favorite videos to make. It was fun to kind of indulge me dropping down one of my dumb theory rabbit holes, and then by the end of that journey, I'm like, I'm not joking anymore. Like, this is so real.
Stop it. I recently introduced my aunt to Owl House, and we watched some of the Hootie Hole Theory videos. She thought it was awesome, and it increased her interest in watching the show.
Hell yeah, you're welcome, Earth. I guess I would say thank you to Dana Terrace and the Owl Crew first, but also you're welcome. That's one.
Hootie Hole Theory? You mean Hootie Cannon Theory?
You mean the Hootie Hole Cannon? That sounds worse than the bit. Oh no.
And when Dana Terrace bullied you on Twitter?
Okay. I do my best to stay humble. You know, again, I'm the first person to ever do content on YouTube. I get it. That still kind of sits with me where I'm like, are you messing with me just randomly because I said something silly? Or am I right? And then I started to wonder, because some other Owl House people liked one of my Hootie Hole Theory tweets, and I'm like, either I'm like the company, like, haha, this guy's weird, or somebody just sat there and went, oh man, he got it. So either Dana Daris did not bully me. No, she messed with me on Twitter when I made jokes about everyone's gonna be okay and the Hootie Hole Theory's real. And no, the bit about it wasn't bullying. No, the joke is I was saying like, am I being bullied or did I say something really insightful by accident? But no, Dana Terrace she sent me the Hootie troll face, and then I was like freaking out. So I'm like, oh, you're too cool to ever acknowledge me. Please don't look at me ever again. Don't ever notice me. But no, that made my heart leap. Because she's done a lot of cool shit. I like the Owl House. Spoilers. I bump something and the real tier list shows up and it's all F's. But no, I was joking. Dana Terrace did not bully me. I understand the phrasing of that. It's a bit. I either predicted the ending or came up with the most off the rails fanfic. I either came up with the most off the rails fanfic or I predicted the ending. Yep. And that's the thing. There's also going to be a part of me for the rest of my days, unless someone can confirm it for me eventually. There will always be a part of me. Let's say the Hootie Hole Theory doesn't happen. Let's say it doesn't happen. There will always be a part of me for the rest of my days that just wonders, what if that was the ending when we were expecting a full third season? What if we lost more than everything? What if we also lost the Hootie Hole Theory? But no, she messed with me. She joked. She palled around.
That was just quoting the
and
tweet
it's.
that you had.
I definitely didn't screenshot that notification and have it saved in a little folder on my phone of all the time somebody really cool acknowledges me on the internet. But I like Convention. It's a solid A. It might end up moving to B, but that again only because everything that I love about it we get significantly more of, but it sets everything up so well in those realms. Um, Hootie's Moving Hassle. I think that'll be the first B. I like the episode. I like getting to spend time with Gus and Willow. Um, I love seeing Hootie's feet. That's always exciting. Um, I like the pun of the name of the episode. Uh, it's just not one. It's not one that I go to for those feel goods. I like the concept. I like the idea of like, being able to finally like do something that's like a group activity kind of thing, friendship, a pseudo slumber party. I like that. I like how, um, I like how the bullies, like I keep saying Sasha, and that's not right. Wrong, angry, wrong, angry teenager that's into athletics and being an asshole. Basha, um, Basha being that ultimate mean girl is like introduced a little more there. Um, Hootie Whole Theory was real until Disney axed the show, and then the crew had to scramble. No, I'll always think that. Don't I? Until somebody can tell me to my face when the show is over, like, or virtually to my face. Someone tells me directly to me, virtually or to my face, yes or no about the Hootie Hole theory. I will always be wondering. In another life, that was the ending. Um, what was it saying? I like uh Hootie's Moving Hassle. I just I don't know. It's not one that I throw on to like jump into. I think the most I've ever seen the episode was to do the Hootie Hole theory because it's a lot of really great images of the moon. Like I love those moments. Um it also does introduce us to the concept of Hootie having powers. Um just saying, some call me a madman. Uh that's like my favorite gif when I see someone acknowledge the Hootie Hole theories, the Thanos, they called me a madman. Um, but I don't know. It's just not one of my. If I could like make a playlist of Owl House episodes to make me like, like, like you would for like a chill or a workout playlist for music, it just wouldn't be in there. I like it though. I like the idea. I love how it also introduces the concept of other forms of magic being used by Luce because like she joins hands. It wasn't there's three of us, oh, but there's not three witches. Sorry, human. Womp womp. It works. So it introduces the concept that eluded me for so long of also because I always just figured we could use Albert as a palisman and a staff because Albert was just pals with Luce. I never once thought, oh, maybe you can. I never like. I didn't think she would ever like use items all the time or conventionally. So it does. It does. It does present a lot for the lore. Um, but I don't know. It's fun. I like it fine. Um, I don't know. It wouldn't be. I always forget that it's there until I'm just like playing like the season one in the background or when I'm doing like a recap or a catch up. Um, which I need to do. Um, I was too busy seeing what all the angry phobes were getting mad at over little Baymax shorts and watching Miss Marvel to catch up on season 2B without ads. That's always nice to get to watch those without ads. Ads are important. Ads are how I pay for things. We love ads, right, chat? We
Woo!
love ads. Woo, ads. Praise be to the to the companies. Um, I live in a society and I need to survive it for as long as the society is this way. Um, But yeah, I like it just fine. Again, it's no bad episode. I don't think there's an episode where I'm like, oh, like you can 100% skip this and not get anything out of it. You know what I mean? Um, what do we got next? Oh no, really? That I'm so surprised by how season 1 goes, but I also keep forgetting. I feel like there's so many more episodes than there are. Um, Friggin' Lost in Language. This is when we realize that Amity Blight is a person. And we also get traumatized by our childhood storybooks. And we also get introduced to the library, which is, again, kind of to my point with Hexside. It's one of my favorite locations, and I'm glad we don't use it too much. It's not the regular clubhouse or meeting place. Every time it shows up, something different happens. It's exciting. We see a little more. We learn a little more. Um, but I'm also glad it doesn't overstay. I don't think any location really does overstay its welcome, but I feel like it could have. But I like the I like the library episodes. Because this is also like we also see Luce. That's like her first, not failure. We see her waver a little bit. She succumbs to a little peer pressure. She doesn't respect the books. She's not the page master. Um, I don't know. I like. I'm not gonna say their names right again. It's it's Ed and M, but what are their full names? I always get it wrong.
Dylan!
What's up?
Dylan had a $20 dono come through.
Hey, thank you, Dylan. Did you happen to put the name of Amity's brother and sister? Something something clever comment about how witches be trippin', lol. Lol indeed. Thank you, Dylan, for the $20 donation to the Trevor Project. Um, that was a really good, clever comment about witches.
Witches do be shopping.
Emra and Edric, thank you. I'm like, I know M and Ed, but then I always forget because then my brain goes M, Ed, and Eddie, and then I get lost in that. It's fine. Thank you, Emra. I always question it. Here they come. Everybody, thank you. Everybody's got my back right now. Thank you. I thought Edbert and Emmylou. Amalou. We also get introduced to them, and they're a lot of fun. I love when they show up. Much like Amity, they're not as like cold, but they're still shitty older siblings. They're still rude and out to cause little mischief, out to mess with her good time, especially the clubhouse. Or not the clubhouse, the reading room, her Amity's office. They're they're gonna tease her, they're gonna torment her. But then much like Amity, we see that they also have a lot of heart. And anyway, when we get to the constant stream of S tears, because it damages me as a human being to feel so much emotion at once, and it's the best pain in the world. We'll get to that. But I also, to the point of characters like all three of the Blight children, I love that they all have a gruff exterior and different forms of a rough introduction, and then over time you just constantly root for them. Like I liked the twins. I liked balancing act between like being nice to Luce and being mean but not overtly mean to their little sister. Like they essentially were trying to like read her diary. That's still rude. Be nice out there, everybody. But that's pretty typical. That I have two sisters. Yeah, that's pretty standard. Um but they also their heart reveals itself eventually too. So I like those introductions and how similar they are on paper, but so vastly different in execution. Um, and then really when I had to do it to him and rolled with it a bit too much. Yeah, and I mean it's it's so heartbreaking too because it's like, ah, you damn teens, you up to no good, you're breaking into the library, but then also kind of taking in that that's like that's Amity's safe space, you know. So it's more than just, oh no, like let's not break the rules. It's also this is something you shouldn't be doing, and also something you're harming something special to your little sister, you know. um I do like that episode. um you do get the first hint at Lumity, kind of, right? Because that's when, right, because that's when they find the secret garden. And like one of her diary pages, she called the teacher mom. And another one, it's like she's thinking about the human, or why does the human's opinion matter so much, something like that. You get a little hint back in the days when we were like, question mark, how how far is this gonna go? Dare I dream? Oh, this one almost came out on my birthday. I didn't know that. Once upon a swap. uh this is uh I like that it's kitschy. I like that it's fun. It's the one episode that feels the most episodic because it ends with everybody's getting a body swap. Oh no,
I got it.
it's fine. It's fine. You think this would have been blocked by YouTube because there's a swear word in this spam? Damn, it's a lot of emojis. You know, guys, if you really want to click a link, it should be to thethirdbill.com, where you can buy shirts and hoodies just in time for the summer with my face drawn on it. Um, or click those links pinned in chat or in the description to donate to the Trevor Project. Um, should we just try to block it next time? Because that looks like the same one.
I have been.
Oh, so it's a different one. I'm sorry. It's everyone wants a piece of the fame. Do I want this on C? Because it's the one that feels the most episodic because it ends with like, haha, we swapped everyone's body. Lilith's voice is coming out of a dog, voiced by Sissy Jones. Um, Sissy Jones, actually. Oh, I keep wanting to say Sissy Speaks. That's her handle on Twitter. She brought up an amazing point of like, don't hesitate to mention uh actors' names, especially in like videos and reviews and stuff, because that helps them get recognition. And I always thought that was like really like kind of a faux pas or rude to be like, oh, like there's an actor doing this, and you know there's a microphone and technology involved, like I should be immersed in the piece, right? So shout out to the cool aunt of the owl world. um she had a really interesting point on that, and I'm trying to get in the habit of letting go of that thought in the back of my mind where it's like, oh man, like this implies that like they're not doing a good enough job because I'm sucked out of it, or I'm not paying enough attention because I'm thinking about actor names and stuff. But it's fun to hear her voice come out of like a little puppo. But it's the one that feels the most episodic. I like that it kind of facilitates a need of don't know. It facilitates the need of all the characters getting to know each other, and like appreciate each other a little more. You can say this on stream. Yay. I just wanted to say that your videos always make my day a little brighter. Thanks for being yourself, for making me laugh and feel seen. I look forward to more videos that'll make me smile. Happy Pride. Oh, thank you. Sydney. Thank you, Sydney, for the $10 donation and your lovely words of positivity and encouragement. I'm glad you like the content. I'm glad you're having a good time. Hope you're having a good Pride. Hope you're having a good summer. Warm time. Is it?
Whatever side of the equinox or.
It's
oh
been
gosh,
there. Weather's an illusion at this point. What?
The line in the Earth, the globe,
The equator?
the equator.
You scared me. You like gasped, and I'm like, what happened? Tina Terrace just tweeted the third bill needs to get fucked. The Hootie Old Theory's dumb. Like, you gasped like really aggressively. I like that it facilitates that need of like characters understanding each other a little bit more. You know, oh, it must be so hard being a cute dog boy. Oh, it must be so hard being a kid. Oh, it must be so hard being a powerful witch. I love that it brings them together faster, and openly admits and has fun with the concept of, yeah, we're ripping off Freaky Friday today. Everybody just be cool. Yeah, once upon a swamp, something ventured, something. Yeah, that's so small. So yeah, I'm glad I just have the list here. Something ventured, someone framed. Oh, this is when Gus lies to Luce and tries to get her back into school. Even though she's I almost said exiled, even though she's banned. And this is when Ida kind of puts aside her stuff, right? Right? Isn't this when Ida? Yeah, while Luce is almost ruining her chances of getting back in ever, Ida's also cleaning up everything, right? Right? That's when she talks to Principal Bump and he's like, you gotta clean up you gotta redeem yourself for your kid to be enrolled here.
I think so.
It's also the first time you see Principal Bump like play by his own rules within the boundary of the rules, because really he should be saying, no, ew, gross, humans are bad, right? He should be technically, but he's like, exchange student, this sounds like a good idea for everybody. It's almost like, you know, it's okay that we're all a little different. Whoa. Donna, Donna, Donna. Hello? That moved. Holy crap. Hello? Whoa. No, I'll go back. Whoa. Thank you, Luna, for the $200 donation to the Trevor Project. Holy crap. You didn't leave a comment, but thank you. I hope you're having a good time. Thank you so much for donating $200 to the Trevor Project. And you're getting, oh, I'm sending you to report? I can't click both? Sorry.
I think I got both of them.
Okay. Well, it's like unwanted solicitation or commercial content or porn are two different options of reasons why you want to report somebody. And I'm like, what if it's both? They're trying to sell me porn about a solicitor.
Didn't they see our diverse, community of Arrow and Ace folks? Get out of here.
For real. Can we get a shout out for the A's and LGBTQIA plus? Prawnbot. Sorry about that. Thank you, Luna, for the donation. Damn, those messages are like really aggressive too. What did Tinder ever do to you? Anyway. Thank you, Luna, for the donation. Everybody, let's spam thank you, Luna, for donating, so I don't have to keep looking at all the we deleted this message. But for real, thank you so much. And yeah, I respect that if you don't want to drop a message, but thank you. My poor Ace eyes.
We got a $20 down now.
Oh no. Oh, thank you for the 20. Oh, yay for that. Oh no for the joke. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $20 anonymous donation. Hi, I've been watching your video for a while, but never donated before. I love everything you do. Oh, thank you for sharing your heart. You're an inspiration. Thank you. That really means a lot. And thank you for donating to the Trevor Project. And
So
thank you.
kind.
I never know how to address an anonymous donation where it's like, in my mind, I'm picturing someone like with like a like a hood over their head, and they're like, "Don't look at me," and like they macavity back into the darkness, like when Rain and Darius are like hiding under their secret revolution cloaks, like that. Maybe your glasses are sticking out, and it's like, oh, I think I know who you are. Um, but thank you so much. I just realized they're not in any of these episodes yet. Like, I'm gonna get in trouble when I get to the Raid Whispers ones. Because
Oh,
they're my favorite character.
the bassoon.
Yeah. Well, it's like, it's so weird, if I can jump ahead a little bit. It's so weird to still feel the, because, you know, obviously, it's not like everyone, like, we just filmed this episode of The Owl House 3 days ago and put it on the Disney Channel, right? It's so weird to feel that, that bards are cool too. Bards are cool too, and I'm like, do people make fun of, because I'm not big into, like, D&D or, like, aggressive fantasy stuff like that. I'm like, do people shit on bards? Like, I'm like, they've always done cool things in general, and like Rain Whispers brings music is magic to the table, and that makes me so happy no matter what.
So you reference McCavity a lot, but who is this individual? What are you referencing?
Macavity. Uh, very jarring, naked, furry Idris Elba. Macavity's the antagonist of Cats, and in the Cats movie, um, he just kind of has an exit because for some reason that's like the cat that's the most jarring to see without clothes because he wears a coat and a hat and then he just doesn't randomly.
Another dono.
And then when oh, thank you. And then when McCavity vanishes at the end of one of his big scenes, he goes, McCavity!
Luna!
What happened?
They donated another 100.
Whoa, shit. Luna, thank you for the 100. I didn't know if a message would be annoying. No, 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 no. Oh, no. That's never annoying. I'll happily take the excuse to donate again. Thank you for donating again. Your content makes me so happy, and thank you so much for doing this. I'm non-binary, and the Trevor Project is especially important to me and to this community. Thank you, Luna. That means a lot to me as well. And I hope you're doing good. Everybody thank them immediately. I don't want to see the sex spam bots pop in again. Turns out that's them. They're like, I feel bad for sending the spam bot. I should probably donate first. I'll take that. I'll take spam bot rates for donations. Thank you. Yeah, please feel free to leave a comment or a message, a question, a topic. Make me reconsider an episode or explain my reasoning a little further. But thank you, and thank you for sharing as well. And I hope you're having a lovely time. And thank you. Because, yeah, first time I ever heard of the Trevor Project, I'm just like, that's, whether it's the resource itself for somebody or just information for someone who's like, I don't see why we have to be so loud about it, but yeah, gay people are people too, and it's like, okay. Like, that was very much an element to the environment I grew up in, was like, why do we have to, like, you know, talk about it and have a parade? And then somebody broke that down for me, and I went, oh. And of course, I was like 12 or 13, and I was just parroting what I heard from my parents, where it's like, yeah, like, we don't need to know everything about each other, guys. And it's like, hey, Bill, it's not about like handing everyone your business card and being like, guess what I am? There's a history behind it. You know, that's when I learned about Stonewall and those histories and everything. And it's like, oh, yeah, I guess we should be reminded that, you know, people exist and the human race is in fact a variety pack. And yeah, it's just like, if there was just a quick resource like that, and there's tons more now, but like a resource like that to provide information as well as providing support and wellness, That just really speaks to me, and I can think of a lot of people then and now who could really benefit from that, or would have expedited a lot of hardship had it been available sooner. Just to put it mildly, I'm not gonna throw not gonna throw other people's stories and you know all that stuff, but you know what I mean. But yeah, thank you, Luna. Is the logic to thank Luna so much that the spam bops are too scared to return? Yes. we're gonna destroy we're gonna destroy the spam with gratitude. Um, did I place that episode? I don't think so. No, that's still it. Right? Yes. Um, I think it's a B. It kind of like with like Amity. Like I thought Maddie was a lot more interesting once he left Hexside and we saw him come back and be more warm to Gus and more inspired. The the kid who wants to like it's like he wants to like out human woke Gus with all this misinformation about human stuff. But I also love the sentiment that's presented through Gus's character and his love and admiration, even without all the facts being correct about humans. Not touching the artifacts, being respectful. There's like a poster in the almost said the GSA, the Human Appreciation Society, where it's like don't cosplay as humans, and I'm like, that's a good point. Like, yeah, very I did not darken my skin, but still it feels weird in hindsight. He's a problem. Um yeah, people forget how important pride still is. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that ignorance is not around now, but yeah, in the community I grew up in, the area I grew up in and everything, it was not very talked about, and also it's like, you know, much like much like only growing up only ever hearing about the gender binaries, like Pride Month was also of the binary. It was gay and lesbian, and that was it. But predominantly, it was just I knew the word gay more than anything else, and slowly over time, learning more about, hearing more words and experiences, being introduced to more people, and then it's like, oh, and then I was like, you know what? I feel comfortable asking about this now, and like, hey, what's with the parade? Like, does it have to be every year? Is it always in June? And then maybe you should read something, Bill. And I was like, I guess so. And yeah, and I love that those resources are more readily available. And also, I appreciate something like information resources and stuff like websites and things that are um, more verified, like the Trevor Project, so I can sit there and ask my dumb questions. Because it's not fair to put that all on like one person, right? And who knows how dumb my question's gonna really be as I'm coming from a place of ignorance wanting to learn, right? So it's nice just to have that all there, you know? Or a good chunk of it. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like it touches on everything. We're such a interesting and ever expanding creature, the human. Um, Ooh, that's a good point. Ari brings up teachers teaching on the topic of LGBTQ plus folks, but always talking about them like everyone in the room is straight. That's a really good point. I didn't think of that because yeah, it's like either you were afraid to say something, or if somebody was out in like my high school or middle school or whatever, like everybody knew, and it was like, oh, one of the things I liked about Dead End Paranormal Park was hearing that perspective, where it's like I finally get to just be me and not, everybody knows that I know that they know that they know that I know, you know. Um, Ooh, that was my serious voice. Let's have fun. I just felt my voice and my energy just completely drop. Um, but no, like it's just important. Um, what episode was I? Oh yeah, Maddie. I like Maddie more um as, someone who becomes less of a foil to Gus. Oh right, that's what I was talking about. The sign that says like don't cosplay as a human. Like I just never thought about, like, it was interesting. And I appreciated that. Um um I lost the thought. I like Maddie more when he leaves Hexside and it's like warmer to Gus because they're not competing over something. We don't have to see that more, we'll say, just aggressive side of him, right? Um, but also we see his kindness, his warmth start to come out um, in Looking Glass Ruins. Um, but I'm not the biggest fan of like the club stuff. I I like it enough for Gus, and detention's really funny. I like how scary that is. But I again, kind of to my point with convention, everything I like in the episode gets expanded on, and I like it a lot more later. Damn, Phantom Kitten, and then we have Bellows cosplaying as well. Yes, I just damn. Shut up, that's good. You're quoting me, right? Obviously, I said something that insightful in a video and forgot. I just reading it phrased like that, that's fantastic. The concept, not the execution. Please don't. Please don't do these things. Damn, I never even thought about it that way. Or like connected it through the realm of cosplaying. Ooh. So yeah, he broke the rules. He's not allowed in the Human Appreciation Society.
Yeah.
Him. Controversial opinion, but I don't like the bad guy. Just remember. I remember just messing around with I it's weird. I don't know anybody's like real name. We've not met in real life, but just somebody that like says cool stuff and is trying to get into voice acting, who I follow on Twitter, and sometimes we like pal around about stuff or make jokes or comment on each other's things. And I remember making a joke where it's like I'm still really bummed that Philip wasn't just Hootie cosplaying as Hamilton, which would also break that rule. um Pride Month is never over. Joke's on you. Checkmate. Um, I hope everybody feels pride in who they are year round. And I hope the world grows to facilitate that. Although, happy Pride, right? Yeah, June's been a rough month. Trust me. The plan was to do this a little sooner and two in the month of June instead of one. That's one way to word it. Cosplaying as a witch. Yeah. I just never heard of it. Like I never even like thought to use that thought that way. Like damn. Um oh, and then we come to Escape of the Palisman. I can someone either like I'm just like dumb as bricks, but I think there was an error. Um cuz I remember watching this episode and going, I didn't see this. I'm wondering if it wasn't on Disney Now or Disney Plus or something when I was watching season 1 for the first time. Um, you know? So this one eludes me. And it's also one of the episodes that I think is the one of the byproducts possibly of the shortening. The third season. Can we get an F in the chat for the number 3? Because that's when we learn more about the Bat Queen, right? And she gets, and like her kind of protectiveness, guardianship over the island of misfit palisman, right? Um, Speak kindly of myself. You're right. I'm not dumb. I'm silly and goofy. Um, Thank you, thank you, Sarah. Um, um, we get introduced more to that element, right? Am I thinking of the right episode? Yeah, after in the staff back. Yeah, I am thinking. Trust yourself, Bill. Trust in the heart of the cards. We just talked about how I'm not dumb. I'm silly and goofy. Um, it it always slips my mind because I think I just didn't have access to that episode because it was one of the times I was rewatching season one and I'm like, what are we doing? Why we're talking to the Bat Queen? Like, what is this? Like, it slipped my mind. Or, and I'm more convinced of this because I would have remembered it because it touched on like Palisman and like kind of less I'm using Ida's staff and more I'm proving myself in yet another way that I belong in this world of magic. Um it facilitates a lot and I just didn't remember it. I'm just looking at it and I'm like, is this deleted scenes? Like what's going on? I think it was removed from or like there might have been a error or something with Disney Now. Because I think that's also why I always get confused on how many episodes of season one there are because I don't remember this episode until it just pops up or until it popped up the first time. I remember it now, but I swear it didn't happen for me. Um so it's a solid episode. I'm also worried that it's going to be a byproduct of the shortening. I'm worried that everything if I had to guess at to what we're going to get less of than what it felt like when the concept is introduced to the story with everything. I think the Bat Queen is probably something we're not going to get that we would have gotten more of. I like to think the whistle will come back, right? Because Ida still hasn't used that, which I was surprised. I thought the Bat Queen was gonna, you know, show up on on everybody's birthday. We'll say. Um, it's still not like again, it's not bad. Um, but yeah, it doesn't is either it's like so forgetful that I forgot I had watched it, or it just didn't exist my first couple of times watching season one. Because when I did the video on season one, I watched it all, watched it again to take notes, and then I told you we need to watch this right now. So I watched it like three times on Disney Now, and that episode I'd never seen it until I watched it on Disney Plus. And I was like, "What's this?" So maybe it just wasn't there. Um, and it's a shame too because I like the idea because again it's a reminder that Albert makes his own decisions, but also kind of reinforces without being like you're different. Like Luce's Luce's journey is different, and she's not just going to get control over or win have Albert's loyalty because of Ida. You know, um, sense and insensitivity. Oh no, the author one. I do like this episode. Um, it's it's so stressful for me. Like I'm not a writer, but I do stuff. It might actually be my first I can't. It makes me so itchy. Like the trust and collaboration that gets compromised. Um either you edited that episode out or it wasn't there. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like I would have mentioned it at least a little bit, because it's very, if you just watch season one, like, it's very lore heavy, right? Um, Thank you for checking, though. Um, the author one, that might be my first, it just makes me so itchy, because, like, I haven't watched that episode a lot. The collaboration betrayal is a rough one already in and of itself. Um, I love I love talking on like toxicity and entertainment, crunch mode. Um, because like obviously there's not like a company or an entity breathing down my neck, but a shadow of that exists in my life with just the stress of like the algorithms. As much as YouTube likes to say, don't think will the algorithm like it, think will your audience like it, which is true. But it's also like, sometimes you kind of have to, if not think about it, brace for the impact of worrying about that. Like sometimes I wonder, I'm like, am I tagging stuff right? Are my thumbnails bad? Like, you know, the whole reason why I wanted to name the series, and then eventually on the moment, in my first Gaga video, landed on trying to stand, is I wanted it to stand out. I wanted to have a name for the series. I wanted it to feel like a concept, or in a sense like a show you can kind of come back to, whether it's about music or about storytelling or what have you. Um, but sometimes I worry that it turns a lot of people off, because like some people have brought up like, oh, I thought this was going to be negative. I'm glad you're having fun. I'm glad you like the thing. And I'm like, negative? Oh, I guess it does sound like, I'm like, I challenge you to get me. I'm going to try this, and I dare you to get me to like it. Like, I guess I'll try. Like, you know what I mean? In my mind, it's so positive. I'm trying something new, but some people might just not read it as something positive or well intended as I want it to be. And like that, sometimes that stuff gets in your head. And I think this episode kind of puts me in that place, but also to its point, then it also illustrates a lot of those things insanely well. If I'm sitting there having never written a book in my life going, sometimes like there is an entity, you know, analyzing your stuff, like making you feel like this is either you're sitting there going like this is going to be a hit, and they're like, what is this crap, come back when you got the real thing, or you're a genius, and you don't want to lose yourself to that too much, or just assume that everything you're going to do from now on is a huge success, you know what I mean? So maybe it just makes me too itchy, because yeah, I've skipped it a
Dunno,
lot.
dunno, dunno.
Dunno, dunno, dunno.
I believe that's Hero.
We'd like to thank the Philharmonic for the dono music. Um, oh, thank you, Hero, for the $2 donation. I hope it helps. It's not much, but I hope it helps. Every bit helps, and thank you. It doesn't have to be big and fancy. I appreciate it all the same. You kidding me? Trust me. We're not there yet, but every even the donations I get for me on my streams, or the super thanks stuff, like, you have no idea. Like, getting a dollar donation while I'm streaming, or a super thanks or whatever YouTube calls it, where you could donate on a video. Like, on paper, it's just $5, but I'm like, whoa, $5, and I'm sure that's the same way for every creator that gets a donation or something like that. And yours also went to an incredible cause, not just my my food. Um, just my food. It is my food. I'm not downplaying a donation right now. I'm not doing that to myself. Um, but no, like every dollar helps, whether it's to a charity or content, or even just saving it for yourself. That's how I used to visit. That's how I used to visit my family when I was working restaurants a long time ago, in the before times. I'd save all my singles in a little envelope in my dresser throughout the whole year, because usually just leave restaurants with cash, right? I saved all the singles, and one year it was enough to where it covered my plane ticket, so I could go see everybody for the holidays one year. It was nice. Every dollar helps. Um, much like how I'm working on not putting myself down, please also do your best to do the same. Um, so yeah, I think that's gonna be my first I can't. Oh, sorry, it's IMDb just like preview PowerPointed to the author photo that Luce already has in her back pocket ready to go, where she's like in the sweater. It's funny. Um, I skip that episode a lot because it just stresses me out. Because also I don't know, there's also a lot of trust in collaborating with somebody and like hoping that they always have your best interests as well as the project's best interests at heart. Because that's something I've run into a lot where it's like, you know, performing back when I used to do like live things and like, oh, promote our show because on this day we're going to be at this place while that theater is like under fire, rightfully so, because something awful went down with the owner or whatever. And it's like, hey, I don't want to perform there. I'm not going to tell somebody like a friend or family member to like give that person money to see me do bits, you know? It's like sometimes you're relinquishing a lot of things to somebody else, and that requires a lot of trust. And even if that's not their intention to move against your sensibilities or your perception, it's like, it's tough sometimes, you know? Um, I don't, I don't miss that feeling. Um, because sometimes I feel that way. Like even now we're talking about a Disney property, and they don't have the best track record in general, let alone recently. And it's like, well, I sometimes you just got to focus on the person creating, you know, the messages of the show, lifting up the voices in the hopes of more. And it's hard sometimes to stomach that or swallow that pill, you know. Um, anyway, again, to my point, this episode stresses me out a lot. Um, but it's effective. Adventures in the Elements, yes, something wonderful. I I don't know if I don't know if it's an S for me, but it is one of the first times, if not the first time, that Luce's magic is taken seriously. Like that. Um, discovering ice in the snow is also incredible. Um, and like she found it on her own, use it to save everybody. And again, kind of to the point that I brought up earlier with breaking into the library. Um, this is another instance of our protagonist, especially in a fun fantasy story like this, like seeing her falter a little bit because doesn't she takes like the training wand and like almost drains its battery, and that jeopardizes everybody's safety and all that. Like seeing not only a relatable and strong character and especially protagonist of your story, but seeing that she's also going to make mistakes, you know, and not like little ones. Like it was pretty consequential, and then fixing it herself as well as coming into her own with magic. And it was one of those moments where everybody started to look at her a little differently, take her a little more seriously, and she started to take herself a little more seriously. Like she keeps repeating essentially like almost like a mantra in so many scenes throughout the first season, like I am a witch, I am a witch, I will become a witch. And this is like the first time where you could feel her feel that. um I really like that episode. I love that it's like camping and hiking, and it reminds me of like my grandpa trying to like teach me wilderness things before scouts, or teaching me to fish, or trying to spend time with me out in nature going on hikes. And I'm like, this isn't my Nintendo, this sucks. And then real skills kind of coming from that, not literally, like not so much literal as, well, I know how to catch a fish in case in case something terrible happens, but like even like we had to change the tire, right? like from driving out, like the tire ran flat or ran over a sharp rock or something. We had to change it. So then I learned how to change a tire. And like that sticks with me. You know, getting a sense of, travel direction back in the day before GPS when you had to learn how to navigate on your own with a map. But I learned a lot, and it kind of gave me that kind of vibe, as well as literally when I had to go Klondike camping in the snow in the mountains with scouts, and it was awful. Scouts sucks. just just learn wilderness camping things from someone you trust. Um, but I like that it came from a source of like camping and like the begrudging. I don't wanna. I loved that, and then the first day when we start breaking the system from the inside, we get it a lot, that like kind of anime, almost like Sailor Moon looking effect. We get that a couple times throughout the show. Um, the multicolored, multi-major, it fits with her character, and like we've gotten to know Luz to the point where it just saying the sentence, "Oh, that makes so much sense," really works in that moment. Um, and I love seeing that moment and feeling that like, oh, of course she wants to take all these different classes, and also there's a lot to argue about the individuality and the new way of tackling things and seeing it through, multicolors, bright colors, rainbow colors. Like there's a lot to be said there about expanding what we conceive to be, the status quo or the education track, and then appreciating it even further later. um but there is something so freeing about it, and I don't know, it also kind of opens your mind to what will become the bigger conflict, where it's like, I'm sorry, you don't want children to learn and be curious about education? Like, because it kind of dawned on me watching it recently that she essentially was told, you can't take math, you can only take science. Stop looking at the math textbook and go back to your science class. You don't get to learn to read or write or take history. You're just taking one class before you even include arts and electives and all kinds of other things. But it was interesting to kind of see it that way once, and it also kind of brings again that slow revolution growing in the back of Principal Bump's brain, where it's like, let a human join. All right, I guess some kids, if they ask really nicely and save the school, I guess some kids can take more than just one class, and then it just becomes the norm. Mm. Almost like we shouldn't be doing that. And also I love the being introduced to the detention kids is fun, and Ida's tirade slash legacy is a fun reveal, even though you can kind of see it pretty early on the painting. I'm like, wait a sec. Um, but I really love that episode, and I love just even if you're not gonna pick up on the layer within the layer, the arc within the arc, the onion of it all, um, just knowing that there's like people who will be directly or indirectly encouraged to like, you know, check things out, figure stuff out, learn things like education. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to control or take or limit. I love the freedom in it, you know? Choices are good. Choices are freedom. Don't know what I'm allowed to say about that and keep my stuff, but you know.
Ah!
I am a professional chooser, and I hope everybody gets to make as many professional level choices.
Non-book related.
again, because that's the lovely thing about the book is you could choose that in a situation where we can professionally choose. Also, as someone with a half-working eyeball, I love that Bum's Palisman helps him out. Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you for sharing. Also, thank you for reminding me about that. I always forget about the little boy on his head. I think that makes me happy. To read that, and thank you for sharing. But yeah, I always forget about his eye because I think I was too busy being jealous of his hair and also how cute the little demon lad is. But yeah, that's super true as well. Can we get a shout out to Principal Bumps? Um, that is a good one. But yeah, considering how suddenly common sense can be a tricky monetization question mark issue on this platform in the past, I apologize for being a little vague until I feel comfortable from bigger creators and then slightly smaller creators that I can express these things without penalty. I'm more than happy to continue to do so. I will say, just like how there's a link to donate to the Trevor Project, there's also a link in the description to a card that'll send you to resources, mental health, crisis lines, social awareness, Trevor Project resources, should you or someone you know need them. I'm not affiliated with anybody. I really hope that everything there is the best option for people. I'm terrified and confused too. And I'm just trying to figure out what is even going on. But I just wanted to reaffirm for the people who are trying to exude some stress. The goal here is to help facilitate an opportunity to exude some stress. And I'm so sorry that we're doing that right now and that you're feeling that. And it's valid and understandable to feel that stress. Welcome to how uncomfortable it is when I check in with my sisters lately. And my grandma. And my mom.
And your mod.
Yeah, my mod.
Oh, I don't know.
Ooh, I don't know. Luna, holy crap, thank you. My professional level choice is to donate again. Thank you for donating another 100. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Holy crap. I support yours and everybody's professional level choice. Thank you for another donation, Luna. Holy crap. Thank you, everybody who's been donating, and also everybody who's contributing, even if you're unable to donate, watching things. 20% of my revenue will also be donated to the Trevor Project as well. So if you're unable to donate, fret not. Clicking on stuff helps. That's been going on since the Owl House Season 2 finale drop over Memorial Day weekend. If I'm remembering that correctly, that's not a pun. Right? That was Memorial Day. That feels like 30 years ago. That feels like the holidays.
Ring ting ting.
What day? What year is it? Whoa. Gabriel, thank you for the $20 donation to the stream.
Thank you.
Oh,
Canadian dollars as well, aka
California. Ooh, California dollars. Thank you for the 20 California dollars, Gabriel. I appreciate that. You are, in fact, number one, as implied by the little boy with his little flag. I'm trying to break the habit of calling everything a boy. Just know that it's with an I, not a Y. I don't want to contribute to the patriarchy, but also I love the hello boy. But thank you. What were we talking about? Well, I'm trying to virtually comfort everybody and also remind myself that it is impossible to fix the world's problems for everyone. What were we talking about? But thank you, Gabriel. I appreciate the donation. Thank you again, Luna. Thank you, everybody. Watching and hanging out as long as possible. Watching old videos. Watching videos you skipped would also brighten my day. Check out something new with me. You know? We're on equal playing field. If I did a artist or a show or something in the past and you don't know what it is, neither did I when I did the videos. So let's go on that journey together. 20% of my revenue for the month of June is being donated as well. So if you are unable to, or just don't want to, that's also, I support you having a choice in what you do. Donations, you could choose not to, and you can watch some stuff. You know, we it's not much, but we stimulate a very frail, small little economy with these videos. Ugh. Thank you again, everybody. Time to rewatch all of your Adventure Time. Oh, that's something. I started rewatching some Adventure Time episodes and like lost my shit. It was a mistake. I love Adventure Time so much. It hits me too hard though. That was like primo, like when I started watching Adventure Time, like that was like right when I got back from my grandpa's passing in 2019. I watched Over the Garden Wall, did a fuck ton of music videos, and Adventure Time. I started Adventure Time. Dad's Dungeon's one of my favorite things ever.
Oh, Sarah.
Sarah, hello. You're a real gem, Bill. Thank you for all the lovely content, kindness, thoughtfulness, and care. Always evident in everything you make. Feel free to read out. Oh, shit. Well, I'm glad I got to read that out loud. Thank you, Sarah. I do think the stream donations, everyone can see that. Just for the record for everybody, if you like, no one can see the Trevor Project donations, those messages. Those are private until I read them out loud. But thank you guys. Thank you so much. And that does contribute to the revenue that will be donated as well. But thank you. I appreciate that. What was I saying?
Adventure Time.
Oh, I picked a random chunk of episodes and like it was like because I remember season, I think it's 3 is like a really strong season for me. And then suddenly it's Dad's Dungeon, The Door, What Am I to You, and I lost my shit. What's up?
Dunno.
Hey, thank you, Evan, for the $20 donation. Thank you for the lovely words. I just realized I've been reading messages without the text saying it's cool to read it out loud. So I'm so sorry if I read a private message out loud. Thank you for the lovely things you said. Whatever they may be. But thank you for the $20 donation to the Trevor Project. God, I really hope it's okay that I read all the messages I got out loud. I was so good at that when I was so young in the past of being like, make sure you let me know it's okay to read them. I really hope I really hope it was okay for me to read all those. Thank you for the donation. Thank you, everybody. What are we on? Oh, really small problems. I don't know why. I'm not a fan of the what's his name? That guy. Totally okay, I promise. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just realized I usually remind people to leave that caveat in there because Sarah did it. To let me know it's okay to read it out loud because that's something. When I first opened my PO box, I'm like, oh, like I'll do videos all the time, and a lot of people, I love them. I save everything. A lot of people send me like very like beautiful as well as intense like personal letters and stuff, and I'm like, let's not read a letter where I might be outing somebody right now. You know what I mean? Or putting their life or feelings out to a bunch of strangers. Tibbles, thank you. Man, is the delay that bad?
It's pretty lengthy today.
Damn, my latency is usually so low. that's something my sister's helped me fix. She's helped me look for a better way to do this. So that's something I've been trying to stay on top of, is like, hey, let me know. So it's not, there's a video somewhere of me reading your full first and last name, your address, your pronouns, and all these things about you. And then it's like, well, that's everywhere now. I don't know how much of that is me trying to be mindful and how much of that is me being anxious, but we'll say 50-50. Tibley Grimhammer the Third. Man, they bully me. This show bullies me with their thirds and characters named Bill. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. According to my dad, there's a pretty good chance that side of my family is actually the bad guy. So he doesn't know when his side of the family came to America. So yikes. Whereas my mom's side does. Way after Hamilton. Way after Hamilton. But my dad said he'll look into it because I asked him. I'm like, Dad, are we the colonizers? When did we get here? And he's like, I don't know. So, damn. I enjoyed the episodes in spite of him. Hell yeah. I'll give you that. There's something about it though where I'm like, man, like I'm just not the biggest fan of him or his stuff. He's fun in design, and the voice, the performance of the voice, I love how fun that is. But and again, this could just be indicative of having to change the vibe and pacing of everything for reasons we don't need to keep repeating, because damn it, I'll be grateful for crusts and not even a full sandwich or half of a sandwich with crust. It's fine. But he gives me a very I'll get you next time gadget vibe, which is fun to do. But then once you get the complexities of season 2, when he shows up again, I'm just like, who the fuck are you? Get out of here. Like, you have no power here. He's like in too much of a silly, goofy mood. Yeah, and that's fun. Silly and goofy is fun, but then when you look at the list of antagonists in the Owl House, like, he's very much the somehow the most tolerable, even though he's introduced as capitalism over medicine, right? Because don't we first see him when he's like, I'll give you your potion for 100 snails, or you can challenge me to a card game. It's time to duel.
That's not a metaphor for the medical system. I don't know.
I'm making a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh references lately, and I won't lie, like at least a couple times a week in this last, just in this last week. It hasn't even been a full week. A couple times in the last, we'll say, a couple times recently, I've had to just sit down and turn off my brain for an hour and watch anime characters play a children's card game and explain what Pot of Greed does several times, because I need to kids WB myself. I need to tune out. I need to not think, and I can't watch something that's gonna make me cry. He reminds me a lot of Lil Gideon. Lil Gideon. That's a good comparison. Lil me.
Yes.
Except Lil Gideon was like crazy consequential, which it's not over till it's over. Hello?
We got another dono.
Dono. Annie, thank you for the 50. Luna, another 100. Feel free to read. Bill, you smell like cold pasta salad. Feel free to read out loud. I'm so sorry, that was a joke. I'm just repeating Alana's chat joke. I have no idea how you smell, but I'm sure it's not like cold pasta salad. It's not, thank you.
No.
It's like Dove Sensitive Care, because I'm a sensitive boy with sensitive skin.
And Timber Old Spice deodorant, that's so
Not sponsored. It could be Dollar Shave Club or Native or whatever random companies you hear about in podcasts.
Though. That was like 15 minutes ago. That's so funny.
Why are you telling people that I smell bad? First off, that's gonna live in my brain rent free. Second, rude. I put in you. You have any idea how silly I feel? Like making sure I shave and take a shower before my streams. Like I'm going somewhere. It's out of respect for all of you.
It was because you were talking about like, oh, I haven't been reading the messages, and it's like, imagine the message just says like, Bill, you smell like cold pasta salad. Feel free to read out loud.
You suck. Thank you. Thank you, Luna, and thank you, Annie, for donating. Y'all are wonderful. Just because you can read it out loud doesn't mean you must. It's for the Trevor Project. You know? I gotta. We entered a internet parasocial agreement. If you donate to this charity and give me permission to read it, I will read it. I wasn't gonna spoil it until I got it in the mail and I put it on Twitter. I did pay for a signed print from I hope I say their name properly because I've only read it in text. From Avi Roke? Rain Whispers is voice actor. Right? Is voice actor, we're trying to make that the neutral term, right?
Yeah.
Is there a neutral term for actor actress? Because I know people are trying to bring back just calling everyone an actor. But I paid for one of their prints, and it's like, leave your instructions, and I'm like, I don't know how to do this. I've never done this before, but if you want to, you could write this, and it would make me smile. Thank you for your work. You're inviting troll donations, which is for a good cause, so I'm here for it. It's true. You see right through me. Don't donate. How about that? Oh no, someone's gonna make me read something out loud, or get me to, this was something I wanted to do a long time ago and abandoned the idea because I'm in my head too much. I wanted to rank all the Steven Universe songs and have changed my mind where if you donate, whether to me or insert charity here, you can make me change it or reevaluate a selection. So maybe I'll put in that rule. If you've already donated, feel free to just throw it in chat. Thespian? Ooh. That is nice and neutral, isn't it? Yeah, if thespian works. Again, everyone's gonna have a million opinions on any concept or question like this. Because again, I heard like, oh, like actor is trying to be used as more of a neutral word. You know, like Meryl Streep's a good actor hits the same as Meryl Streep is a good actress.
Yeah.
I
think performer usually hits.
Performer, yeah, voice performer. Thank you.
Yeah.
That would be a good one. So maybe I'll implement that rule. If you've already donated, you can just yell at me. But I'll put that in because I tried implying that in the community tab stuff, but yeah, I wanted to do that for a Steven Universe song ranking stream where it's like, if you donate, you can change my mind, which obviously plays more there. I had the thought, and then it must have been, well, I mean, yeah, Steven Universe Future was happening right as like everything went down, the Fire Nation and all that.
Oh,
when everything changed.
That was the first event that was canceled.
Yeah.
Yep.
VA for short. Oh, maybe that's where I'm kind of getting that confused. Is I keep seeing, I think it's in their bio too, VA.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh, voice actor. Someone else is trying to, reclaim actor as a neutral term. VA also works, you're right. Although it does make me think, veteran stuff because of my dad. Shout out to the veterans. I hope we end up treating you a lot better than we do, because holy crap, that's embarrassing. On top of all the other embarrassing things, I'm fine. Anyway, what I was trying to say is, I know instructions can be weird. because I was definitely weird in my instructions there. I was just like, whatever you want to write, you don't have to write that. It might have been Hootie Hole Theory related, and I was like, they're not gonna know what the fuck I'm talking about. If you donate, you can change my mind. Donates to change the rank of change your mind. Yeah, that was literally the idea that like went through my head. Whoa, what happened
Ooh,
there?
I don't know.
Dunno, dunno, dunno. Oh my gosh, Luna, holy crap. According to all known laws of aviation, there is no way that a bee should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. The bee, of course, flies anyways, because bees don't care what humans think is possible.
Luna's quoting the poem.
What sonnet is that from? The poem I wrote. Oh. Thank you, Luna, for another 100. Holy crap. That's right. I think I'll make that a standard rule for donating when it's not a fundraiser too. I'll just read whatever stupid thing. Thank you, Luna. Holy crap. And we did it. Did we hit the goal?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Luna. Everybody bees in the chat for Luna. Holy crap. Thank you. Okay. Luna specifically. Okay. I'm working on 2 videos right now. I'll let you know what one is. I'm gonna put my little stress glasses wiper in my hand, one of them, and you have to guess left or right. How about that? And I'll tell you one of the videos I'm working on. There we go. And I know what hand it is, so I'll just put my hands down. But thank you so much, everybody. Oh, look at all the happy bees.
And they're not.
And that's a deep cut fandom reference for the third bill community too. For the Are we sticking with threebs?
Threebs.
For the threebs, because that's a GBASMR reference, and GBASMR is nice to me.
They're they're hypoallergenic bees as well.
Oh yay! I tried to put a bee in the chat and ended up on the YouTube homepage instead. That's weird. YouTube is weird like that. Praise be to YouTube. We love YouTube. But no, GBASMR celebrated, I think, 3 million subs by recreating the Bee movie as an ASMR. So that's also a deep cut, because GBASMR has been nice to me. And also does really good stuff, and made a response to my trying to stay an ASMR video that actually helped me understand ASMR more. Yeah. Oh, did Luna...
I was gonna say, I don't know.
Was that a dumb idea?
I know Luna's reading chat. I haven't seen Luna participate.
Oh, good point.
So you might just want to reveal.
Okay. It's almost done. It should be up tomorrow. It was in my left hand. And left was option 1. I just finished doing a quick video about running up that hill. Dipping my toes back into music a little bit to see if there's interest there, and also I wanted to check out specifically the song, given you know the resurgence it got because of Stranger Things season 4, and like listen to the song directly and break down the lyrics and watch the music video and stuff. So that'll be dropping ideally tomorrow, and I'll also be playing Hades tomorrow
On the gaming channel.
on my gaming channel, Bill Chill Gaming. Link in the description. Luna, oh my gosh, that was in my left hand. And thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you for another $100 donation, Luna. Oh my goodness. That's so wonderful of you. You didn't have to donate a whole nother $100 to guess what was in my hand, or to pick a hand. Holy crap, but thank you. Oh no, now I can't see chat. Luna, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Holy crap. That's really kind of you. Thank you. My ears are getting warm. Um, that I really appreciate that. Chat, thank them again. Louder, chat, faster. But thank you. That's really incredible. Thank you for donating to the Trevor Project. Everybody who's helped us reach the goal. This does not mean I'm stopping my donation, so there will be also 20% of my revenue for June will also still be being donated. But we hit it. Holy crap. We hit it and quit it. That's 3 times in a row we've hit the charity goal on streams like this. So I think I need to start thinking of a goal. Because, like, I don't know. I always feel weird incentivizing, like, you know what, guys? Like, if we raise money, I think I'm so cool and important that, like, I'll color my beard a weird color, or do a mustache.
Show feet.
Or show feet. You do not want to see my feet. I'm not doing that. I have dry skin on my feet. We're not doing that. Bees for Luna. Yay. That sounds like something bad happened to Luna. Let's not put that on them right now. That sounds like a really upsetting book you have to read in like 5th grade, where it's like kind of that like My Girl kind of thing. New goal. I can't change the goal once I launch the campaign on Tiltify, unfortunately.
The new goal is
getting by.
Show bees.
Show bees. Holy crap. We're not even through season 1. Oh no, we're almost done with season 1 actually. Really small problems. I need to start thinking of, or I don't know why that puts me in my head where it's like, I'm like, oh, maybe I'll do like, if we raise like $2,000 and hit the goal, like I'll have a mustache for all my videos for the next like month or something while the rest of my beard grows back out. And then my brain just goes, well, you think you're that important or cool or whatever or meh? And it's like, maybe I should talk to a professional about that. According to my grandma, I'm sensitive and we might have a history of anxiety in our family. And I'm like, where was this talk when I was younger? Oh, that's right. We didn't know this word, did we? Can we get bees in the chat for my grandma? Understanding Willow is definitely an A. I don't know if is it an S? I love Understanding Willow, but I gotta watch people pull shit out of each other's ears, and that grosses me out. Because S is like perfect for me. Again, my opinion should mean nothing and should not falter or change your opinions in any way. I really like Understanding Willow. I love the concept. I love the idea of like going through our past, sorting those things out. I love I don't know. I love trying to think of how to word it. Like the reflection, re-examination. Obviously, it's a huge step for Amity's arc to like understand as well as give that context of, you know, my parents. I regret nothing in my distrust of Alador Blight. I regret nothing. I stand by what I said. I'm always happy to be wrong. It's never about being right. It's just about the experience. The only thing I'm ever really right about is the Hootie Hole theory. We all know that. I don't know what would stop it from being like S. Like I really like it. Like it does. It's like if I could get like an A+ or an S-. I don't know. I'm not mad at it being an S, but like we got to hit like season 2, and that's gonna be a lot of. That's some top shelf Owl House. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it at A because we're about to start hitting some S's. We're about to hit like tied for, if not like it's in my top 3 for sure. It's tied for number 1. You know it. You love it. Fudge and Grom. I can swear this late in the stream, right? Fucking Grom. Um, how much money do we need to raise for a mod bassoon solo? How much would it cost to get you a bassoon?
16,000, so 17.
So y'all need to fuck mental health and resources for queer youth. You need to start donating to me in vast quantities if you want a bassoon solo to happen. 16,000? Is that what you said, or 1,600? Yep. Good God. Sorry, guys. If I ever made 16,000 on a stream, that would go to things like rent and food and bills, and also a little bit back to organizations and stuff. $1,000 initial goal, 16 for a bassoon. Damn, I had no idea that was so expensive.
I had to borrow mine from the high school because.
Don't we all? Who owns their own instrument? Unless you're one of those kids.
I have an oboe. At what cost?
God, I don't even think Google. I don't even think Google would let you donate that much money at once anyway.
Probably not. Not without something.
There's better things to do if you have an extra 16 grand laying around than just give it to me all at once. No, increments over time. My trombone is almost worth that. Damn.
Yeah, donate to local choice.
If that's how much instruments cost, can we also get a whatever the YouTube equivalent is of like support rating or whatever? Can we get a shout out to Ska2 Network?
Yeah.
They have so many instruments, and their covers and original music also bang.
They're awesome.
That's a lot of shit. Yeah. When they followed me back, I like peed myself. So I followed them first because I like their covers and I like their music. And then one day they followed me back, and I was like, no, that's not real. Really good covers. Other Friends is a great one. The Hey Arnold theme cover that they do is a great one. Can't Stay Around. I haven't finished season 2. Well, we're almost done with season 1. No, whenever you gotta go. No worries. Yeah, this is running late. I didn't think it was gonna take me this long to get through this, but also we're hanging out, and this is perfectly what I needed. It's something to think about when I lose tangent or need to focus on something again or regroup. Being a musician is expensive. It is. So can we get a shout out for Ska2 Network? Not to flex, but I got some of their merch that's not available anymore. So I'm what they call a stan. What does I get so in my head about doing another like another YouTuber's like music, but I guess that I guess like someone that like follows me back or something, like maybe that's what does it. Cause I'm like, Corpse is a YouTuber, and I've done some of his music. Done Wilbur Soot and Lovejoy. Like I do other content creators' music. I just get so nervous. I'm like, what if they hated that I do that? Which I'm just stressed. Speaking of stressed, Grom is one of the best episodes ever. I love the insight we get into where Luce is at. Also the concept of Gus and King grappling stage fright. You get Ida in a suit. And those are really only the memorable moments in some Enchanted Gromning, right? Grom Enchanted Evening. Enchanted Grom Fright. Fuck. Grom Enchanted Evening is what I call it. Because musical theater puns. I love that dance. Thinking about it, like, makes me a little misty-eyed. it's interesting to think about when I watched it for the first time, and it, it it's not the it's not the biggest representation in the show now, and it's so crazy to kind of think through that scope for a second. um but I love it. I love the animation of it, everything down to the style of dancing that they do, the music, how jovial, joyous. Like it's whimsical, it's fun. um like I was already pretty sold on the show, but there was always that little part of me that's like, don't don't uh don't bait me, please. Don't imply vibes and like, oh, maybe they're friends, they might kiss, like, there's always that like little part of you that's like, please don't use that point, right? Use it irresponsibly. um and I don't know, that was the moment where I was like sold on it, because even before you get the letter reveal, right? Because that's really what seals it. Even if you remove that for a second, let's say we live in Candyland, everybody's equal and respected and professionals at choosing. um Even without that letter, that dance alone, as they're both grappling with the pressure and weight of their parents coming into who they are as individuals, Amity's expectation from the her parents, the Blights, to be the best, perform. Like, obviously this is something that would go on your magic resume for the Emperor's Covenant stuff, and she just doesn't have it in her to face her fears and all that stuff, to also come into terms with Luce doing the opposite, the inverse, running into face her fears, just to realize it's different stuff than she had anticipated. And that they come together and literally grow, and their experiences combine to help them flourish and blossom like the flower. Everything down to it leading up to the letter already says and does so much for storytelling, character. I'm good. And just that little I'll be your date if that would make you feel better. Lump, the real date was the you all along. Like, I don't know. I'm good still. Uh I don't know. I punched a lot of other kids as a little kid, saying shitty things about me or my little sister or my family. And there were also times where it's like, am I wrong? I'm the only person in the room not mad about, oh, there's I heard that there's a storybook out there with like a boy saving a prince, and I'm like, okay, being the only one in the room not angry about that, and starting to question, like, am I wrong if I'm the only one having this opinion? um Seeing that shit, like, I can only imagine what that, like what that does for other people now, but like what that could have done then. And it's like, that's one of those little pieces of like positivity that I have to like hang on to when like all this shit's been happening, man. And like, at least I can say that would have made something better, and can make something better still, you know? Of course, that's stupid. I said this in my stream. I said this in my stream not too long ago on the gaming channel where I'm like, do you know how much of a relief it was to move from he and or she to they, and like how good that felt? Because I'm like, oh, that's so much easier for my brain to keep up with. And then I stopped and went, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm sure there's a lot of people that can relate to that, you idiot. Like, I just started laughing at myself. Um, I don't know. It just like it hits me in those lenses, and it would have helped a lot with how I treat myself, or you know, how my little sister would have maybe been a little more accepted or a little more comfortable and stuff. And I don't know. It, there's a lot of people saying hello. Oh no, are we on Grom? A little. What's Grom? I don't remember that episode. Someone refresh me.
That's a C.
That's that's it's one of those moving drawings they keep talking about. Mm-mm. Moving drawings is witchcraft. Pictures shouldn't be moving, let alone making sound. Am I right, everybody? It's weird. Every time I put in this show, I just blink, and suddenly my face is wet, and some guy's like, "I'm gonna fight the witches," and I'm like, "Yeah, I guess." Oh, sorry. Um, yeah, I love that episode. Um, I don't know. It's just one of those things. Sometimes that stuff comes in like in big ways like Rom, and also like little ways like Dono. Um, the sigh at the end of the song that Barney sings in Dead End Paranormal Park, the I'm just some guy, or he's just some guy, and then the sigh at the end, it reminds me of the end of I Won't Say I'm in Love from Hercules, the and a couple of other Disney, like golden age Disney songs. um I don't know, that about, a, a gay relationship. eh, like there was something that like gave me chills. um Oh, Windier Indoors. Windier Indoors. Thank you for the $20 donation. Okay to read. I love attention. I stand Emotional Bill. Oh, thank you. Emotional Bill stands you. I hope you tried to stand Vivzy Pop's Has Been Hotel. Ah, yes, Has Been Hotel. That poor thing. That dropped right as like my grandpa died, and that was a bad idea for me. Um, it's really amazing, and as of yet, none of the main characters are canonically heterosexual, which is cool. Yeah, I needed something to watch way back in those months. And I just wasn't ready to be talking about heaven and hell and all those things, and it I don't know. Certainly didn't need me throwing in my 2 cents, cuz also I had heard about it and I watched it, and all I saw after that was just like aggressive discourse, and I'm like, I'm too fragile in general, definitely too fragile in fall of 2019. Um, so that's just one of those. It's on the shelf. I am interested to see what that, just in general, what any uh you know Kickstarter level other YouTuber content, what that becomes when it gets picked up, and then there's producers and a writer's room and all that stuff. I'm interested to see what that's going to be uh, later, just conceptually, as someone who's engaged in media every second of my life. Um, but yeah, it's, I don't know. It was just a bad. it wasn't the escapist thing that I thought it was going to be for me. That's just kind of where I leave it. But yeah, that I don't know much, but I saw a lot of people yelling at each other online over it, and I'm like, let cartoons move. Look, the drawing moves. Oh, thank you, Red 2000 for the $5 donation. Hey, I'm home from work. Glad I got to catch the stream. Much love. Also, water reminder because hydration important. Don't worry, still drinking. But yes, reminder everybody to drink some water. But yeah, that always felt like one of those like deep cut things where I'm like, I'm too casual of an animation person to know much about it other than, oh, cool, and then just, oh, I'm not ready to think about the afterlife right now. But that's me. Cause like when it happens sometimes, it's the internet. Sometimes it feels like I'm coming into the middle of like just a cluster, or I guess like just something that's like a heated topic, and I'm just like, it's one thing if like I don't know about it, I'm just like, oh cool, like I'm just gonna do a video. But feeling like it's one of those, you really love it and go hard for it, or you really hate it kind of a vibe. Sometimes I get that. Also, there's some times where like I get overwhelmed thinking about something when I don't feel the movement to just rationally talk about it honestly, because like my brain instantly goes to like I don't want to like upset anybody, which is unrealistic, and then now I'm not giving this a fair shot. That's happened with a couple of things where I'm like, I'm gonna make a video about this, and then I'm just like way too in my head, or I watched it and then went, I guess everybody wanted me to talk about it then.
I'm too casual on animation. Bill the influencer, who had a character named after him in both Gravity Falls first bill and Owl House second bill.
It's true. It's true. Actually, wouldn't that make me the second bill?
No.
Or I guess I'd be the first one. I'm older than Gravity Falls. By this much. And plus, I don't know. Like, even now thinking about the heaven and hell vibe, it's a cool idea, but like it just like that in and of itself brings so much discourse to my brain to where I'm like, I'm good. Because even just the concept of like, afterlife, when we all fall asleep, where do we go? But then also like, can that be changed? It's a cool concept, and then my brain starts to go to those in and of itself. That's a whole heated discussion, religion and all that. But thank you. A lot of people are like, yeah, there's discourse in the internet can be exhausting. Yeah. Also, it's one of those things too where it's like what I was talking about earlier, like trying to stand can sound negative to people at first if they aren't familiar with my content, which is a lot of people, let's be honest, which is fine. The last thing I want is to like be insta roasted, even if my video is just like, that was kind of neat, huh? Anyway, I'm gonna go have some apple juice, like, and have someone assume it's gonna be negative because there's been so much discourse. Like, I was gonna do Demi Lovato for a video, and then the yogurt situation, the frozen yogurt situation happened, and I'm just like, everyone's gonna be very protective of them right now, and I think the word try might be a little more negative than normal, so we're just gonna move on from the thought. So sometimes that goes into my decision making, but that's only if that information ever like gets to me. 90% of the time I'm just sitting there and I'm like, this looks cool, or like Taylor Swift turned one of her songs into a little movie. Neat. I bet it's about something fun, like shaking things away. Oh no. Um, Demi is they. I said they, right? Did I?
Yeah.
I hope so.
I think they also recently said they're also reintroducing she in addition to their pronouns as well again.
Rad. Well, again, to my point, I'd be looking that up before making a video as well.
Totally.
That does always break my heart. One of my Halsey videos was before she had incorporated they.
Yeah.
And I think she still uses she and they, so that's also when I learned it freely bounce around between the two. So shout out to them for that. But it's like every once in a while I'll get a comment and it's like, oh my gosh, please look at the date that this was uploaded. Like I'm sorry. Maybe you did. I might have misheard. Yeah, I hope I did. If not, I apologize. But yeah, it was that whole again. I knew that their fan base was going to be very protective and raw. So I was just like, I don't think the word try is going to help right now. But yeah, sometimes that happens. All the more reason why when I do something, I try to stay as fresh and unaltered by the discourse of the world. And if it creeps in, it creeps in, and then I just have to kind of see if it's going to affect me in any way, and if I feel like it is going to sway me one way or another or make me a little more on edge, then I just got to move on, you know. Until we run out of music and cartoons. When the ink dries up and all the pianos break, then we'll just go back over the list and see how stressed out I am. Confirmed on their... Oh, that was you. Confirmed on their Instagram that Demi goes by they/she. Okay.
Yeah, that update was really recent.
Really recent?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because again, it's one of those things where like...
Gosh darn.
God. It's... Oh my god, it's Demi Lovato.
No!
She's mad at me. It's their wrath sent upon me. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's right. It's Luna. That's right. I forgot my own lore.
Did it. I beat the boss.
Final smash. Holy crap. Let's knock a couple of these bad boys out, huh?
Yeah, we haven't gotten
even in the event that I also misgendered, thank you for letting me know. Let's also normalize that without it being like obviously there will be shitty people in the world, but normalize the, oh, hey, in case you didn't know, or oh, hey, in case you forgot, you know, we're all in this together.
Yep.
Because I just have that problem no matter what, where I read almost all text is really angry at me. Like, you caught me on it once, where I'm like, can you believe this comment? It's like, I like your videos. You just stopped and looked at me, and I'm like, yeah, I'm hearing it. I need to go sit down.
Yeah.
I heard she, but you corrected yourself, which is what matters. And then it turned out I was unknowingly right, which does not make me right. But yeah, either way, the point is, thank you for pointing it out, because we can also do that for each other, and you know, in a chill way. Because I feel like it's being obstructed by a certain mindset to imply that you will always be hit with aggression. It's not true. This is Angry Heart. I want your angry heart. Or angry love, yeah. Stupid. No.
I have to restart my Chrome browser.
Great. Oh, Wing It Like Witches. Oh, that one's so fun. It's definitely an A. I love Wing It Like Witch. It's just fun. And it's also one of those feelings where it knows that it's fun. Kind of like the Freaky Friday one, but it still kind of propels the story forward. The only thing that's really weird, and I'm not mad about it, like, let's get all the powers in our hands now. I always forget that that's when Luce learns Fireball. Ah, come on.
No. I'm coming to the
Children,
rescue.
children run.
Hang on. All right.
Uh, uh, uh. I forget what happens in Wing It Like Witches. Everybody's favorite gifts happen. That's what happened. That was like one of the first Owl House gifts I saw was Luce scooping up Amity and it just said gay. And I'm like, I hope so. Um Bot jail, yeah. It is really fun. It's also how we get fire. It also, I think, just kind of solidifies the old and new dynamics with the students at Hexside. Um, it also just kind of relishes in the freedom of Amity blushing and the embracing the vibes that have already been kind of set down. You know, um, I think the only thing that really stops it from being an S for me is the at no fault obviously to anybody at the Owl House, uh leaning into the skit a little bit of being compared to another story about a magic school and then what ended up being synonymous with that recently. It always just makes me a little sad and fairly itchy. Um, but you know, it has actual the Owl House has actual representation in it, so it's fine. Um, and that's not like the sole reason either. It's just I also like I like second sport better because then we get Hunter in a team name.
Yeah.
Um, but I love the I don't know. It's one of those weird things for me where like I don't understand how like shout out to my white guys. You know I appreciate some of you. Um, but shout out to my fellow white guys for a second. I've never understood needing to see another white guy to relate to a character. And that's one of my favorite moments in Wing It Like Witches is when Amity's like getting really nervous and anxious and she's like, "You in a uniform? Sweating? I gotta go." Like it's dead ass me, whether it was like, you know, pretending to like sports to impress somebody or, you know, being in a play where we're in like, you know, unitards and stuff and everything. It's just like that flushed face, like my ears turn bright red. Like I felt it 1,000%. It makes me laugh so hard when I watch that part. And it's like, oh yeah, that was me at about that age. I RA says I do think Dana deliberately dunks on other Magic School franchise, especially when Dana comes up with better Magic sports and multiple ones. Yeah, I think it started as like a, you know, we're going to be compared to, that's fine. I think it started that way and kind of moved into a, huh, kind of an essence. Um, especially how often, that's just a guess, I don't know, but especially how often we've emphasized the importance of safe spaces, especially the Boiling Isles. Um, but I don't know, like that's such a weird because like I'm watching Miss Marvel right now as it drops, not sponsored. I like at least staying up to date with Marvel things, and you know the first episode she like sneaks out and goes to Avengers Con, which is essentially Comic Con in a world where the comics are real, right? And I'm like, yeah, this is like, why is everyone complaining about this? Like, oh man, like I wouldn't, I still don't relate to you if you went to a different religion because like I don't do religion, so whatever, I relate to you because you're also excited by heroes. I too would be like flipping my shit and wanting and like obsessing over Ant-Man's podcast and stuff. Like, I don't know. It's important to get representation out there. So it's weird. I'm trying to think of a way to word this without implying like we don't need representation. Everyone should see each other. You should be seeing yourself. But like, I don't know. I've never sat there and been like, oh man, Finn in the sequel trilogy to Star Wars. I'm not black, so I don't think I'd be, defending my friends with a lightsaber if given the opportunity. I can't relate to this moment. You know what I mean? Like I'm like I don't understand that. And point that I'm trying to make is like that Amity moment like hits so hard. I'm like that's just relatable as shit, and it gives me that feeling of like oh man, like we're different, we're the same. Like it, you know what I mean? Spoilers, guys. I'm not a teenage lesbian with magic powers, but
What?
I related to that one. Right. Yes. I almost, after all the effort I put in putting little pride flags on my censor bars in one of my videos, I was like, did I just get that backwards? No. Amity's confirmed lesbian, Luce is bi. Yes. Vibes is vibes. Math is math. And love is love. Oh. Vibes is vibes. Um. Shit. Well, let's get through season 1. The 2-part. Let's be honest. It's a 2-part finale. That 2-parter is definitely both S tier. I love the ending of season 1. It's interesting. I feel like I don't want to say a lesser show, a different show. We would have gotten the reveal. Lilith killed Mufasa, and then it would be a whole season plus until they're on good terms and sharing their feelings, experiences in pain. You know what I mean? As opposed to an episode later. I love that. I love seeing Luce, really the only thing she has other than, her friends is the witch's wool. But like this is, she's using Owlbert, she has her glyphs. It's all kind of coming together. She's moving and grooving like a witch would in that situation, and it's time for her to like make a choice, a big defining game-changing choice, and choices are what define characters. And that's a really big one where it's like you could have gone home, it would have left everybody here screwed, but it would have stopped Bellows and gotten you home. You would never get to see Magic or your friends again, and still sitting in that realm of I didn't leave home on good terms. There's an uncertainty about returning home in and of itself, but she makes that decision, and it molds this new layer to her character in that moment, and I love it. And that's true about everybody. Lilith's decision to bring balance to the Force, Ida's decision to forgive as well as protect Luce, and also Bellos's mad improv skills as he completely reconstructs what just went down and transpired with the Titan has told me to let her free. Like, I love that moment where it's like, I was told to spare her. And it's like, is that what happened? Okay. But then seeing how deep and far his pull and power really is over everybody, and it's not just a matter of like, oh man, the person in charge of the other magic school is challenging us to a football rematch, basketball off, but the musical's on the same day. Like, it really shows you how everybody follows him, listens to him. He's in such a grand position of power because he almost feels like an absent king of sorts for almost all of season 1. So when you see him, you know, punish, we'll say, because it's not an execution, but this world's version of it, right? You see him punish, you see him make a decree, you see everybody watching, and yes, there's some people who are like against it initially, and then against it when the kind of call to action kind of starts, right? When Gus grabs the attention of the news and everything. But like, it's in that moment where you realize how powerful he is and that he's standing in everybody's way and he can't be trusted and he's more powerful than we thought. I love that finale. I love that nothing really happened to anybody so much as, like I said, everybody made choices. And even down to just that little moment of Lilith handing back over Owlbert, Luce looking over her shoulder one last time before going back to the Boiling Isles. It's... Excuse me. You're preparing so much with these characters for so many unknowns other than change. And then you leave that season on the, sharing the pain, which I love. Because it's not time travel. We're not going to go back and try to undo this somehow. Stop Lilith from cursing Ida. But this is what I can do now. And I love that. And the consequence it has for both of them, because again, it's a choice. Because it wasn't even like Ida didn't forgive Lilith or wasn't kind to Lilith until she did that. Lilith chose it. And then kind of affirms for us moving forward, oh, you seem like a pretty cool person because you just lost all your magic. It'd be pretty surprising if you were to betray everybody now. So it facilitates a lot of things at once. And I love how season 1 ends. I was a little nervous because of the season 2 intro that Lilith was going to, turn back to the dark side a little bit. I'm glad I was wrong. Separate tides. See, I feel like if I put a U here as a B, then I need to move Hootie's moving Hassel down to C. Because Pirate Lucis... Oh, but wait, hold on. God damn it. Might be an A. I'm trying to, diversify my portfolio a little bit here. I'm trying to look, again, like someone you want to impress. Who knows? Will Yugi win this duel? Who's to say? Ooh, I can lower that a little bit. I'm tall, trust me. I was like, oh, Pirate Loose is fun, and then I'm like, Golden Guard. GG to the Golden Guard. I loved hating him, and I loved rooting for and championing him.
Oh, we have a dono, I think.
Ooh, we do?
I think so.
Yeah, we do.
Yay.
TDG!
Yay.
Thank you for the 10. I'm glad you're here. Happy Pride, everyone. May you have the strength, knowledge, love, and support you deserve. Thank you. Ditto. Thank you, TDG, for the 10. For the Trevor Project. There we go. One of these days, I'm going to have a third monitor so I can just look at the donation messages. It's a great way to start the season. You get introduced to the Golden Guard. He's scary, he's intimidating, but he's also not just, breaking necks and cashing checks.
Nice.
We also start getting introduced back into glyphs, but from a whole different angle now. The organic, natural magic source kind of feeling there that I'm super in love with. I still don't know if we really understood the meat magic or the electric stick but I like that it's inorganic feeling. The electric stick, anyway. Um, I think it's important to start seeing where our characters are at, and I love that Luce and Ida kind of had very different versions of the same plan to save the day, and then also chose to not tell each other at first. Um, I'm screwed for season 2 as far as trying to like diversify my portfolio. Um, because I season 2, I don't even think there's a skip on season 2. I think I might just need to change what my definition of bees are. Bzz. Dang. I really do love it. I think it's fun. I also like seeing Luce on the pirate ship, like figure her stuff out. Using the plant glyph, the plant glyph to like swab the deck and get the barnacles and stuff, and using fire to help the engine along. I love the ingenuity behind it. I need to scroll up. Oh yeah, I'm scrolling down to grab the things. Bill, breathe, buddy. Um, what else is on B? Yeah, I'm just gonna have to kind of recontextualize B a little bit here. So hold on, give me a second. Uh, yeah, I think that works. Um, again, because I like this episode a lot. Everything that I like about it that it does, we get so much more of later. Dunno, dunno, dunno. Let me see. Oh, RA, thank you for the $5 donation. Trying to grade rank with Bill and Chill chat. Hell yeah. Yeah, everybody's always welcome to go on over to my second channel, Bill Chill Gaming. I stream there regularly, twice a week. I'm starting my first ever playthrough of Hades tomorrow. Same time, different channel. If you're interested in that. I've also played a lot of games over there. I just finished The Quarry, and I did it perfectly. What was I talking about? Escaping Expulsion. I do really like it. Everything about it that I love, I think, right, is in another episode. I think the only thing that really hits me is Separate Tides, No Witches and Island. Right? When Hootie and Lilith go searching for fire bees.
Think so?
I think so too. I'm trying to remember. No Witches and Island. Ugh. Hootie's the greatest thing that's ever happened to media. I thought you were typing it in. I just heard you click clack, and so I was waiting to see if you were looking it up. Hades is rough at the start. Yeah, I don't have any illusion that I'm gonna be like knocking it out in a couple of streams, so it'll probably become my reoccurring series here and there for a little while. But yeah, I'll definitely be playing it for at least a couple of streams. See how it goes, if I can get the hang of it. I'm just as sensitive there as I am here, but I also have to try to learn how to play a game while I do it too. And sometimes it doesn't go very well for me. Most of the time, everybody's nice and just kind of makes fun of me. That subplot was Separate Tides. I thought so. Thank you. Because I'm like trying to remember. I think it was the picture of Hootie that kind of threw me off there. Because yeah, this is when Lilith discovers and trademarks combos, glyph combos. But yeah, again, kind of to the point of like, there's better Lilith moments. There's better Lumity moments. There's better Lucidity moments. But it's still a good episode. You know what? So I don't have to re-explain this. We're just going to change this to Rex. That's its own little category. What's next? Good. We're getting close. Oh yeah. We are getting close to that. Because we got Echoes of the Past, which works for me. It doesn't wreck me to the point where like this is a special occasion if I'm putting in this episode. I'm torn. Sometimes I feel like it's more of an S. Like I love the introduction of King's journey, and I don't know, like falter is the closest word I can think of, but introducing the concept of Ida as we start to see her like help and parent Luce, we see again not a misstep, but definitely a choice that she didn't follow up on, and that lack of follow up is kind of the conflict of the episode, where she just kind of played along with his fantasy and never really took stock in how much he like really took that in as like fact. Because if I were to have a complaint, and not even really a complaint or a criticism, but like a thing that like still kind of throws me about King's arc, is he almost feels like a pet in the first handful of episodes, and by the end of season 2 he feels like a person, and nothing's wrong with that. It's just so surprising to like go back and forth between those two headspaces of like, you know, it starts in a pet environment, right? The little his dastardly screech that ends up being a legitimate power of his that he discovers later. So I feel like that's definitely what they were going for. It never quite lands for me. But I do like this episode a lot, and how it does start to give you those steps forward of like, you know, while yes, one can have a pet with a tragic backstory, it's like watching this character take on like the beginning of processing a traumatic experience like that, piecing together his past, and you know, being upset at first, but the end all resolution is no more lies. Let's move forward without lying to each other anymore. And I don't know, I love it, and how it also ties into Lilith having her whole world turned upside down over history and how things worked. You know, this island shouldn't exist. There's no such thing as a king of demons, and you know, learning more about titans, and like, wait, this isn't lining up with what I know. Like, this is a discovery. Later, she'll learn a little more along those lines about the fallacies of history when it is only written by the victors. Um, and I like exploring that. Um, and how Hootie so quickly like kind of flip flops um with Lilith is also really fun. Or first he's like making fun of him and stuff and kind of rolling his eyes, and then, my liege, is there anything I can get you? Like it's so fun. And it's just enough to where it's enjoyable, but it doesn't take away from, you know, oh shit, like you're gonna tell me that King's got daddy issues too? Like again, it's that feeling for me at least of like he isn't just a talking dog. Like, wait, what? Like it's, you know, it's expanding on that more. Because I think that's kind of how he, and it's intentional in some places, right? The doggy daycare episode, playing with little children at the park, doesn't quite read as he is also a child. for me at times because of how he behaves and everything. Um, so it was like that was a step for me towards, oh, he's not a talking dog. Because they kind of start to introduce that concept too, where it's like, if before we get the revelation about King, let's operating under the concept King is a demon. Um, Demons are people too. They're not just the creatures that live in the woods. And that was kind of something I subtly kept picking up on throughout the show, especially season 2. And Separate Tides is definitely, or not Separate Tides. Uh, the Echoes of the Past. Echoes of the Past. Yeah, yeah. Um, Sets you up for that concept nicely because again, like I said, I was going in and it's like if you were to give me the adoption paper episode in season 1, I'd be like, oh, like adopting a dog. It wouldn't quite hit just the concept, not the rest of it. Just the concept of adopting King sounds like you're adopting an animal from the first handful of episodes in season 1, and then by the time we get to it, it's like, oh my god, like it contextualizes it because it's like changing his last name, you know. Um, and I love how it kind of sets that up as I'm talking over my stomach growling. That was loud. I hope that didn't pick up. Keeping up appearances. Nope. Too anxious. Too close to home. Too nervous. Let's stop fighting. Let's stop fighting. Don't throw the medicine out. Oh, maybe we take the medicine and do positive thinking. Like, you know, that one is so hard for me. And I made the same joke with Encanto a little bit, and some people on the internet have too, where it's like the magic powers wasn't what was fantasy. What was fantasy to me was like, a family learning and growing and treating each other better. Like that's kind of where I sat, where I'm like, here's the fantasy part of the story is when, change happens. Like it's just that this hits too close to home kind of thing. I love the episode. I love the concept. I love Lilith opening up in the ways that she would do with Hootie, but then also the little ways that she wouldn't. Like the mother visits you regularly and kind of being beside herself and hurt and upset by that. It keeps telling us more and more and more and more. And the imbalance there, and there's a lot the deeper we get into the owl curse, that I'll always do my best to be mindful of, but also very just acknowledge that like I'm not going to be able to speak on the intricacies of it, and I'll just always do my best. But I appreciate the concept of tackling that subject. It just already made me itchy before 2020, and it makes me a lot more itchy now. And I've been working on being more assertive as opposed to just trying to kind of joke my way out of confrontation with family, if that makes any sense. So seeing all of that, and like it's big stuff, up until a point. Once we get to the I dumped out all of the potions, fuck that. But the whole like, oh, we'll try it this way, and like, I think that's a scam. I don't think you're handling this the best way. Please don't do that. And as soon as it invades another person's like direct life, like dumping out the potions, that's when like all my patience goes out the window. But everything leading up to it, the taking advantage of someone who's vulnerable as well as somebody who's older, that really hits me on a lot of levels. Um, uh, the the fighting, the reality that like stepping up for your kids, but also understanding that imbalance comes from a lot of different sources. Um, but that never alleviated Ida being smothered. Ida feeling smothered isn't alleviated by Lilith being neglected. Both of their feelings are valid. And King King and Luce chiming in with I would give anything to see my mom and I've never met my parents. It's like we're all going through different things and we should all be here for each other. And I it makes me so nervous to talk about the the science and medicine element of the episode, because just end all be all as someone who's pro science and medicine, why do I feel so anxious about this topic now? So it is kind of fuels an already intense fire of like, oh god, I don't want to, like, like it's hard. I'm also the person who lives 2 time zones away from my family, so when they say or do something stupid, I'm getting most of it secondhand and far away. So I'm just like, why would you say that? Why would you do that? Or like trying to, maybe they didn't mean it like that and that's not helping, Bill. Maybe just listen, and like you can't fix everything. So it puts me in an intense spot. So that's definitely on my this this makes me too itchy. These first two on my Rex me just make me too itchy. Um and jokes aside that we all like to make about like the like some of the stuff doesn't get solved like that, or sometimes it feels like it'll never get solved. I do love that ending. I love being there for both of them, understanding that they need different things, even something down to like how she approaches both of them when Gwen interacts with Ida and Lilith. She does it separately first. They both need something different. Lilith's takes a little more time, which I love too. Those visuals are breathtaking and very lovely, and you know what's really helping and what's not. There's a way to word it that I really love that I'm worried I'm not gonna nail it, but it's like there's a difference between wanting to help, wanting to alleviate, and go back to normal. This is inconvenient. And it encapsulates those two energies, at least for me, very well as someone who, like, I'm just sitting here and I'm like, whatever's best for you, the person, is as opposed to the parent of the person. You know what I mean? So it's hard for me to. I'm trying to remember what the saying is. My sister had a really good way of wording it, and it was something kind of like that, where it's like there's like there's helping because you want to be there and alleviate alleviate pain, or alleviate what's going on, and there's a way of intrusive helping to where it's like go back to normal or fix it. Like she had a better way. I hope I'm wording this right. Again, I'm getting flustered because I'm like, this is well out of my experience and wheelhouse. Like I'm learning things every day, or like, hey, the history of that word isn't very kind, and it's like, wait, what? Like, oh my god, if you think about this for longer than 10 seconds, you're absolutely right. Like, I'm still very much in that headspace on this topic, but the thing that makes me stressed and overwhelmed is the bomb stuff and the medicine debate, we'll say. Anywho, that's why it's down there. Through the Looking Glass ruins. There's no order. I'm not playing that game. Um, I'd say an A because there's a better Gus episode and there's a bigger Lumity episode. But that ending though, but it happens off screen, but that's kind of part of the magic of it. Realism versus toxic positivity. Maybe. Sorry, I'm kind of catching up with chat to see if anybody had a consideration suggestion. Um, yeah, having to pause it because it's a disability subtext. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I might not have hit the target, but I hope I at least landed on the dartboard there of like, here's what I'm trying to remember the sentiment that I liked hearing. Or the way that it was explained to me, the where it like it all came together. Um, Through Looking Glass Ruins. Um, it's also not the biggest display of Gus's power. It's definitely the first, and that's super exciting. I the those shitty Hexside kid or not Hexside. Oh, what's it called? The School of Jerks where you're like allowed to beat each other up apparently. Uh, doesn't it start with a G or am I losing it here? Those kids are mean. Um, it's exciting to see Gus use glyphs, but given how season 2 ends, it I'm waiting for that to come back, and it's not connecting in my brain quite yet. Um, but I again, it's a good episode. Everything I like about it, we get. Glandis. Thank you. I was right. It was a G. Deal with it. Um, no, I thought about it and then I'm like, I'm gonna hit something. Dunno, dunno, dunno. Dunno, dunno, dunno. Thank you, Phantom Kitten, for the 1337. So we're doing a thing where donators get influence rankings because convention deserved better. It introduces and balances so many elements. It is so vital to the overall story. Lilith intro, awesome fight scene, excellent comedy, Amity beginning to become okie dokie, and the Coven system. Yeah, I hit on all that. I mean, feel free to influence it, but I think, where is it? It's on an A, right? Yeah, it's an A. And most of what I talked about when I put it there was like everything I love about it, we get grander versions of later. But we'll circle back to that. But rules are rules. Mental health is important. It's still June. Yeah, I like the episode. I just also feel like since we kind of almost get a part 2 of sorts, with them's the breaks that kind of influences the history of the convention center. I think that makes me lean more towards them's the breaks. But yeah, I touched on all those, so deserved better. All the points you made were the points I made. Because yeah, the biggest thing that stands out for me in convention that doesn't have a bigger payoff later or isn't showcased in a larger way later is for me is Ida summoning stone hooties. Um, Still makes me wonder what's the secret power hiding within the Hootie Boy. The hole, if you will. But fair enough. Like I said, I like that episode. Haunting Palace, man. Booyah. Freaking, I hope I say his name right. Zeno Robinson, right? The VA for my boy GG turned Golden Guard turned Hunter. The joke I made just went backwards. Um, I that boy, like that shit hurts, and I don't know. I think I think there's something to be said about, you know, before we get into the specifics of his relationship with Bellows. There's something about uh, a uh, a father figure, we'll say, uh, enforcing upon a son, uh, or any child really, but like my boy, cat's in the cradle, but in an angry way. Um, my boy must be like me, wanting to see yourself reflected in your prodigy, especially when they're uh, an asshole. I'll just say. Um, there's something extra pointy about that before we learned more of the specifics. But that kid, man, like seeing him interact with positivity in the future and bringing us back to these moments with Luce and the moments where he's fascinated with magic and then the times where he's sort of ignored or pushed aside or disavowed by his own team or coven or his own troops. Um, it humanizes the scary, cartoon Darth Vader lad so fast. And like I didn't think I was gonna care about that character on this level. Like I was ready to like hate the Golden Guard. I think I did a bit where I was gonna call him anything but Golden Guard, and then I'm like, never mind, you're Hunter and you're the bestest boy, and if something happens to you, I'm going to scream piss. And if something happens to him, I'm gonna scream and piss. Um I it's always interesting to me to see, given the parameters of the expectation of your audience and the channel that you're on and the company that this is with, hitting those kind of really dark, intense themes that even YouTube gets in your face about, touching on directly. Um, it's impressive to be able to pull that off, something that dark and something that intense in a fantasy way while under so much scrutiny from what is it, standards and practices as well as the brand. Um, and there's multiple elements from characters that like I relate to, and as well as obviously like elements that like I've talked about it a little bit, that like how much Luce reminds me of my little sister, just like in their energies and their optimism. So like seeing her when like the world kind of knocks her down or takes an option or an opportunity away from her, it's that same level of like losing that light in your eyes, losing that hope, and like it reminds me of that with my little sister a lot with Luce. um Hunter reminds me of me, and that's been a really intense thing to grapple with at times, but I appreciate that so much because I hadn't considered certain things about my experiences until somebody else pointed out, dude, are you okay? And I'm kind of still like that at times. So, um, seeing an entire world through a different lens as Hunter does, seeing community that's there in front of him and grappling with uh, accepting himself, his warped, unwarping reality, as well as his how he's treated by Belos. Uh, it hits a lot of nerves or appreciated beats, but like raw nerves. Um, and I appreciate the character a lot and feel that desperation to appease somebody when you know that it's probably not right or best, you know, especially at that age. I just think it's really expertly done. Zeno Robinson's got a really great voice. That's a good job. Hope I'm saying his name right because I've only read it in text because that's the world we live in. But yeah, that's it's also I don't know how else to word this, but it's the Palisman situation, the adoption, as well as uh and I almost said the unofficial name that the fandom used for so long, Flapjack, um connecting to and seeking out Hunter at the end. Um we talked about this. It's for me it reminds me of like that feeling of like, oh my god, I must be a good person somewhere deep down if a random animal will like acknowledge me so openly. Like there's something like weirdly validating about that. And subsequently heartbreaking if an animal's like bark bark grr and it's like what's going on. um it kind of reminded me of that as well as like just a little piece of him kind of coming back to him in a sense, which then becomes more literal than metaphorical. Um, but yeah, like it's interesting because some people pointed out um in a later episode that there's like a reverse uh Rapunzel or Romeo and Juliet with Luce and Amity when Luce gets Amity out of we'll say out of the house just to keep it spoiler free in case someone hasn't finished catching up. Um, but I see that moment more when we see Hunter at the top of his tower, like looking out the window. It gives me that like kind of I guess Rapunzel more than Romeo and Juliet. Which screw you, whoever's comparing Luce and Amity to Romeo and Juliet, because that relationship was ass, and Lumity will stand the test of time. Not not end that way, as well as be it's already far healthier than Romeo and Juliet's relationship. But I digress. Yes, I was that bitch in English class. Surprising no one. Bill, what do you mean you sat down and overthought something and analyzed it to death until people got annoyed? Um, but the Palisman element of it, there's something about like when they're open and honest with whether it was like Willow or Gus or I keep wanting to say Sasha, Basha, um, opening up and being honest with the animal and having that connection. It reminded me of that. And then subsequently, um, it was so interesting to me that like Flapjack had to kind of feel like Hunter was ready and left or kind of wanted permission from the Bat Queen. And I'm hoping that kind of comes back in a sense. Because I have a theory that the reason why Flapjack's eye has a scar is because there is a multiverse-esque reality, we'll say. I feel like that's the lamest thing to try to keep spoiler free. There's a version of Hunter in a multiverse reality that tried to turn Flapjack in. Um, that's a theory that I have that I don't know if we'll ever get to, but I'm like, of all of the different incarnations there have been of a golden guard, I feel like maybe one of them, the odds are one of them tried to turn him in. Um, for store credit, right, guys? For 5 cents for every can. Reduce, reuse, recycle. We're gonna start getting to a point where I just remember what's next, because yeah, oh yeah, that picture just doesn't help me. But I appreciate that they're going for text. Whoever made this. Oh, I'm about to sneeze. Okay.
Banana.
Banana. Um, it helps. Um, freaking Ida's GD Requiem for Dream. I shut up. Don't look at me. I Music is Magic is already gonna get to me. Um the whole Rain Ida backstory gets to me a lot. Um I the There is something about the turning point in the my favorite animated moment of all time, um when they're sacrificing themselves essentially, right? That turn where, like, I don't know how else to word this, but it felt like uh, when Rain realizes that Ida's got kids, they kind of moved into a different phase of life, because it, for the most part, the bats, right? Yeah, the bats. The first one was the bats. Um, they moved with like a we'll say a youthful rebellion, you know, very you know, we built this city on rock and roll kind of an energy to them. We'll band together, we'll figure it out. We don't have that much of a plan, but we'll keep making it up as we go. Um, and like, we got nothing to lose. We're gonna do the right thing. Or I guess that Captain America jump on the grenade moment, right? There's a selflessness in that. And then it was almost like that revelation of like, we have responsibilities, or rather Ida has responsibilities. There was something about that revelation of not only understanding fully what they're both doing, but they kind of take this beat and just they stay so determined that they're gonna find a way to keep Ida, more than selfishly out of love that they have for her, but keep Ida because of her family, because of her kids. And it's the biggest shock to me. I guess that's a huge spoiler. Um, when I get to that episode that shocked me, I will talk about it then. But I love like feeling that, like, it was just one of those, like, it was just one of those. It just, there's moments in your life where you realize that, you know, like, I don't know, the first time that you don't like ask somebody else, what do I do, or like a teacher isn't telling you, you know, sit down, it's time for class. Like, you have to figure out, you know, getting a job, or where you want to live, or what school you want to go to. Like, there is just like sometimes like that clunk kind of sits in, where it's like your brain kind of goes from where's a grown up to tell me what to do, to, oh, I'm the grown up that's telling me what to do, or I'm taking I'm trying to think of a good example that's not like too dark or limited in scope. But like, I don't know, for me it was the first time I lived alone, and it's like, oh crap, I gotta like stay on top of everything. Like if I, oh, I got the electric and gas and forgot to pay the internet, I'm screwed. Then I just won't have internet. Like there's something it kind of just like clicks in your mind, and it made me kind of think of moments like that where it's like, oh crap, I need an adult, and I am the adult. Like, does that make any sense? And there was also just something telling of Rain's character in that moment, and I appreciate that I felt the love between the two of them second, because it almost felt like initially like I will die, or turn to dust with the person I love, and then it turned to I'm not gonna we're not doing this. Like there's kids involved, like they need you. Like it it wasn't a stop, I love you and I don't want to see you go. It was a selfless moment, 1,000%. And the music is gorgeous, and it needs to be gorgeous, because music is magic. um but they solidified as like one of my favorite characters so fast in that moment. I There was just something about that whole exchange and that decision, and it was just, again, when characters make a decision, they're molded, and they're formed, I guess, rather. They're shaped. And that was telling of just an incredible person so fast that, like, this is someone who will do the right thing no matter what, even if it's stop doing the right thing. I found the more right thing to be doing right now. It was, I don't know. Like I said, just selfless. And the visuals are stunning. And I love even rewatching the episode knowing what we know by the end of season two. Um, it's really it's really jarring to kind of sit there and like get the full scope of everything then. Um, but I also love like taking the time to be flirty between each other. Feeling Ida's isolation, like she can't even play music anymore. Like she has no connection to magic, but then also it's weakening her connection to others, which is played on again in the perfect Owl House episode, which is coming up. Um, but I don't know. It's one of my favorites, and it introduced one of my favorite um, fictional characters. And because Rain Whispers is one of my favorite like characters, unless something weird happens where suddenly they're like, never mind, I suck in the season 3 chunks we're gonna get. um uh and then
This was the episode where King recorded that message, right?
yeah.
I'm just confirming.
Yeah. um but no, I was just saying before I got to the adoption moment, um kind of the point I was trying to touch on earlier, where it's like I I pity the people who would sit there and go, they thems, ugh, and like insert fucked up tweet here, or whatever, fucked up opinion here, and like deprive themselves of that character because what? You want people to feel less of comfortable in this world? But but and then there's the revelation of King getting adopted, and I get weepy. My almost all like it's a growing majority of the most influential people in my life and in my family are not blood related to me, so that shit hits. And it's never bothered me. I just bring it up for the sake of uh why does adoption make Bill so weepy? I don't know. Found family shit makes me fucking weepy. I, uh, can we get a shout out in chat to divorces? You know what? W's in chat for my grandma for going, this arranged marriage sucks. I'm gonna professionally make choices. Different professional choice, obviously, but still. But we all know it. We all know it. Knock, knock, knocking on Hootie's door. Finest gem in all the land. It hits all the right points for me. It gets a little spooky at a couple of parts. It's heavy. It's emotional. And then it's uplifting and positive and emotional. All while centered around the, we'll say protector and guardian, but the observer of the family wanting to help, fucking it up, and still helping to the point where I'm convinced it was intentional and he didn't help by accident. Hootie knows all. Hootie is the one who will save us. Hootie will open the door to the light. It's already so relatable to want to just help, and you're not always going to. No matter what your intention is, it doesn't guarantee your impact. Like I was saying earlier, sometimes I'm like, well, maybe somebody didn't mean it that way when I'm talking to someone on the phone, and it's like, that's probably not the most constructive or helpful thing, Bill. My need to make everybody feel better or make everyone laugh when they're upset sometimes overpowers the rational thinking of, maybe I should just listen. Would you like some water or tea? But that hits me really hard, and I love somehow taking the really, obviously depends on the writing in the show, but the really tired trope of there is the A storyline is 3 like B, C level storylines that tie together at the end, and like really turn that on its head. What? You okay?
My water came out all at once.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I thought you got excited or you had a revelation.
No, I wish I did.
I know, I'm a genius. A, B, and then C? What will we think of next?
1, 2, and 3?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bill's the first person to ever figure out that Hootie's an owl. But I love the episode. I love the little journeys that we all go on. I love that they're all so different, and I just love the concept of, like, in its own way, like, you're the rock, you're the foundation, don't sell yourself short, and the letters from Lilith. And even when he's failing, even when he's inadvertently helping because, like, what they're going through, and, like, yes, he definitely steps over his boundaries, and we all establish that, but, like, feeling the hurt of the King or Ida or Luce, and feeling then that, like, I can fix it, let me do something, hold on, I've got an idea, I'll fix it. Like, that's so relatable, even if it is crossing a boundary or overstepping. And I love kind of taking that in for a little bit, because, like, I don't know, like I said, I can be like that sometimes. That can kind of be an overwhelming instinct for me, and that I'm really hard on myself that I didn't do exactly what was needed. And I appreciated looking at that and establishing boundaries And I don't know. It also sucks because I feel like, boy howdy, if we had maybe a little bit more time in this world, could there have been a trilogy of episodes where we go on life-changing field trips with Hootie? And B, if we had a little more time with these episodes, I'm not complaining. I'm grateful for scraps. I'm trying to voice what Dana Terrace and a lot of people in the crew have said, where it's like, let's just be grateful for what we have and not focus on the shortening. But wouldn't it have also been great to have gotten a sequel where Hootie sets up Ida and Rain on a date? Anyway, I just love the episode. A lot. And Harpy Ida's hot. That's fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also love the, again, like the stepping up stand-in father figure stuff too, like trying to help King figure out the three B's or whatever, the demon puberty class and stuff. Like,
Oh.
it's so sweet. Like, I don't know, shit like that hits. Found family stuff messes me up. And um also that the black and white with Ida and the owl curse and the thread, like, it's so like, it's so captivating and haunting, and like, it becomes just so peaceful. And then the aurora borealis from this corner of your kitchen at this time of day.
Can I see it?
No,
Oh.
I love that moment. It hits it like that shit just hits hard. I love that because Amphibia does it too when Anne goes through the second temple. That inner peace while looking up at the sky. I don't know why. Like, that just really, like, it's satisfying to me. But I loved that coming to peace, you know, connecting with the curse, embracing this element of yourself, and acknowledging how it's manifested obstacles and hardships in your relationships. And it wasn't the owl curse's fault. It was, Ida not opening up, it was the lack of communication. Although there is also a wrench in that theory in my mind where I'm like, or it was the politics of choosing a coven. But things like that, like the curse is nothing to be ashamed of. The thing to reflect on is, having a more healthy relationship with yourself, and then by extension the people in your life. And I love that distinction. And then Lucidity, am I right, fam? Smash that like button for Lucidity. Classic Lucidity. I love how awkward they were together, and the I'm not that cool, but also the fucking that tunnel of love. Like, the fact that it was like before your heart gets destroyed because everything's being set on fire all of a sudden. The fact that it was starting to work on Amity, like, always just like, it makes my heart like grow. I don't know. My wholesome magic sweetheart. Let's go, gamers. Eclipse Lake, greatest battle we've had so far in this show. I can't think of a duel that is more intense than ending with freaking just Assassin's Creed Amity just spike blade up into Hunter's face, and it's like, how am I watching something with the Disney logo in the corner and I'm like, dude's gonna die, like, right here and right now. I also appreciate the message both of how Hunter not really grappling with his situation and the toxicities there and all of that. Again, I'm not sure what words I'm allowed to use on YouTube. Um, but his misconstrued view of relationship, um, of a healthy relationship, then affecting the insecurities and uncertainties and Amity's misconstrued and warped views of what a healthy relationship is. And it just really showed me how, if we're not, you know, if we're not being mindful of the negatives we could bring to a table with each other, like those can congeal into something bigger. Hunter's influence over like come back with results or else, and then Amity's insecurity feeding into that to where it took its own shape for a while. I like that negative impact we can have on each other. And it didn't feel like malicious. It wasn't Hunter trying to trick her. He genuinely believed that. Like that's what he saw it as because that's the life he knows. Results or else. And it was a bit of a tough pill to swallow, and kind of to my what I talked about earlier about how much of myself I see in Hunter's story. It makes me wonder how long in my life I've walked with a chip on my shoulder or a warped point of view. You know, I appreciate that. Yeah, Lucidity is what Disney. Yeah, they fixed it eventually, but yeah, Lucidity is what they called Lumity. Every time I make a Lucy reference, there's always one person who's like, Bill, that's not right. And it's like, that's what's fun.
It should have never been right.
I won't let anybody forget that. Because when I saw it, I didn't think it was real. But it is there. They changed it though, because it was just I think it was just the name of the video. Um, I'm the only Owl House content I watch on YouTube, so uh, that's not true. Um, but that battle is impeccable because I'm trying to think of another duel like Lilith and Ida, Belos and Luce, but even then it's not a full. I guess it kind of is. I don't know. I think there's something about it too where it's like you don't really know what they're both capable of. But yeah, I think it's my favorite not action sequence is a little too broad. I think it's my favorite witches duel. We'll say that. Um, Quality stuff. There's a couple of good anime jokes in there. Um, but the Tamagotchi texting is one of my favorite little things. Like communication, as well as the importance of like staying connected, and also the way that we can misinterpret or interpret messages. And it was like, well, another viewpoint, another like literally turning it over from another point of view, seeing it from her point of view. Little touches like that. Um, I gotta move a little faster. Yesterday's lie. I skipped the end of yesterday's lie. But I like. I think I'm gonna put it in B because I don't watch the whole episode. I can't do the ending. So like a third of it is wrecks me, and 2/3 of it is more in that A range. So we'll go with B. I think that works. Also, I think there's a small part of me that uh a small part of me left um when that cliffhanger is what I had to sit on for like almost a year. uh it's so much smarter just to talk about the show once the show is done, because then I can just watch it all at once and everyone's just like, I'll click on this. It's fine. I like it though. I like that we spend time back in the human world. Um I don't know. I like how it makes us kind of reconsider a different point of view all the way back to the pilot. Um it's obviously a lot of territory that's so much in the air right now. Like that practice wand scares me. Dude was like funny. The the you know, the white guy. What's his name? Not Ronaldo. Um
I was like, yeah, Bloodstone.
Good old Bloodstone. I mean, that's almost a disservice to Ronaldo, because at least he eventually went, "Oh my god, this is cultural appropriation. I'm not a crystal gem." Um, it's getting hard to read. We're getting through this. I like yesterday's lie. I It hurts, but just the third. I've watched the first half of it. You know, the the fun of being in the human world from a magic point of view is always. Don't know. What happened? Forgive me if I don't pronounce your name right. Neem? Thank you for the $20 donation to the Trevor Project. There is no message, but please know that it is appreciated and you are very kind. And I hope I said your name right. That's something that is important to me, but nobody is here who can tell me in this room, so I just have to do my best and hope for the best. But yeah, I can usually watch like the first half or so up until the but I'm the good guy. That's what bad guys usually say with the oh, I was determined to learn this word. Lachankla? The shoe.
Yeah, Champa.
Thank you. Um that's usually the part where I'm like, haha, they lived happily ever after the end. Nobody gets sad later. Nobody's traumatized.
Oh, Niev.
Niev. Oh, thank you. I was like,
if I'm assuming the pronunciation in chat is in relation to that.
I hope so. Yeah, again, we're running into the problem of I've read, which that's also my problem with foreign language is I can hear it and read it better than I can say it. It's fine. For someone who talks so much, you'd think I'd be better at that, but nope. I can read it. I can read and hear, like, especially Spanish, but like French too a little bit. Like that's always been, or you know, various things I try to learn in my life. Saying it is the thing I'm least good at. Follies at the Coven Day Parade. I think most of this is me just trying to remember episodes. Because we get Brainwash Rain Whispers, and they summon like a thunder crack. Shut up. A lightning bolt. The parade itself, the chaos of Hootie and King, the beginning of what would have been the undoing of Loose, were it not for her awesome girlfriend. Um, where like she's keeping her feelings to herself, the I'm fine of it all, and then Amity still being not like persistent to the point where it's a negative, but like being present and still just reminding I'm here if you want to talk about this a little more. Um and I don't know, it's a hard sell to get me to care about Kikimora, but I thought it was fun that it was in an unexpected place and it was something very mundane. Like it was the the family versus career dilemma put to an extreme for Kikimora. Um, but I love the parade. I hate the freaking plant lady and her evil Lipton bullshit. Um, but I am your god. Um, what was it? Everything's free. Or I'm trying to remember what he shouts from the bouncy bellows float. More like Bulos. More like
Who
more,
earns?
more Ragnarok. Um, I yeah, that duel that almost doesn't happen is pretty top shelf. Uh, then after that is Elsewhere and Elsewhen. Crime is legal now. That was a um. I thought he said, I thought he said there is no money and everything is free. But I do remember crime is legal now. That also could have just been said something. That could have also just been something I said. I love this episode, but like time travel is bullshit. Don't meet your heroes. Again, purely because there's a Belos backstory episode bigger than this one, I'm gonna drop it at A. But Cool Aunt Lilith and her love of banisters in the Edwardian era. It's still a good episode. I'm just this is we're getting the point where it's like I could just drop everything at the top of this tier and go home. Um it's still an amazing episode. I I love tackling that concept despite the fact that we unfortunately struggle with it a lot still now of you know the realities of the negatives of our history and the fantasy of how we can uh be a little more soft spoken on certain things if it doesn't put us in a good light, we'll say. um and I don't know. It's like I said, it's one of those things, and it's a story I've touched on enough. But it was really hard as a kid to, you know, be told of like the history of the Puyallup Fairground, and I'm like, wait, I'm sorry, the place where my grandpa and I popped balloons with darts, and I won a little panda. That's tied with something awful. Sick. I never want to. I never want to go outside again. Like it's hard, kind of realizing those things sometimes, and you know, it's important though to understand our histories so we can build the best future possible. And I appreciated that it, especially from Lilith's point of view, I never get the impression of like, haha, dumb Lilith thought that, the past was fun. It's like processing it, taking in that information, taking time to be shocked, taking time to, be a little harder to believe some parts, it takes a little longer in certain areas, and being mad and, taking that and moving forward and having a better understanding. Although she does overcorrect and then, praise be to the Titan. But I do love uh normalizing that concept, because I don't know, then when you know put two and two together on certain things, or think a little better on it, professional thinking, um it encourages that mindfulness and that understanding and compassion. um that's just me. um I don't know, it's a good episode. There's another one that's better when it comes to the topic of Bellows' backstory. Stay mad. Yeah. Um, I do love that. She made the God King bleed. Like, because that's turns out that's like the only scar that was like, well, an actual scar, I guess. We still don't know. He could have slipped and fallen on some olives in a pickle. We don't know. But that scar is still there. Uh, any sport in a storm. I love my boy. We also get Steve.
Steve.
Steve's rethinking a lot of these decisions. Um, that's another one that's just like, oh man, like, so that's what snug looks like. Realizing that you've been in a harsher environment than you thought, and certainly a harsher one than you deserve, or anyone deserves. Uh, Darius comes in clutch at the end, and that, mm, the flinch makes me weep. But I can get through it. It's a validating weep. It doesn't make me itchy, and it doesn't make me need to be alone forever. Because there's something joyous in it. Um, in those revelations and realizations. And I don't know. It's also a reminder that it's important to just let kids play sports, and it's frustrating. Um, I love seeing the camaraderie form there. I like the we have to play the sport and win the sport in order to save the sport. Um, like seeing Hunter get to be a regular kid instead of the Golden Guard. I love that. Um, I'm also not so much invested in the ship of Hunter and Willow so much as invested in if the ship will happen, if people will get what they want or not. Um, but if nothing else, I like it. I like seeing, on top of him, open up and get to be a kid, his situation taking on a positive form, like the recurring element of the respect Hunter has for Willow and when he calls her captain. I love when that comes up, and someone like Willow, who has not felt very respected for a long time, starting to get that from somebody. It's just a nice little touch. I love how much Hunter connects with Gus and Willow. Again, kind of proving uh in the Hootie Hole theory, when I talk about how Bellows is the foil of Ida, uh Loose to Hunter, and I was like, and King to Kikimora. Obviously this would change a little bit, but I like this idea of you know, just like how they were accepting and embraced Loose for being a human, there was also an element of like, oh yeah, like these kids are just good kids. Like they also accepted Hunter, and it was interesting ending the episode on the note of like, we'll play next year. Next time you have a day off, instead of like, oh, you're still kind of bad, so, or at least you're gonna go, the place you sleep is in an evil building, so we can't be friends. It was just everyone's just shocked and still a little questioning the trust, sure, but I liked that notion. Nah, nope, can't watch that episode. That's some fucking Tales of Bossing Say Leaves from the Vine bullshit. It's beautiful. It's very important. We're gonna make this brief. Um, Even just the notion of seeing a character uh wait to open up, seeing other characters uh offer like food, attention, distraction, space, just trying to navigate what Luce is gonna need. And yes, the dialogue is, it's silly. It was such a long time ago, but it's proving the opposite, that it's okay. It's not silly to still feel something over something that happened a while ago. It's okay that this affects you. Sometimes that shit just creeps up on you. It's beautiful. I I really appreciate it. I I'm sorry for swearing at it. I miss my grandpa a lot. I miss a lot of people. Um, but he did a lot of shit, and he took a lot when he left. Um, and God damn, like, mm mm. It's also the other end of it. Not only being a supportive family or a supportive friend, but being an awesome, supportive partner while still focusing on whatever crazy shit you got to do that day. Um, we also get a cool jacket out of it.
Woo.
To the point of my first S tier episode. Luce wants to dress up like a witch at the beginning of season 1. At the end of season 2, she's dressed like Ida. She got to dress like a witch. Anyway, that episode's fantastic, and fuck it, I'm not like that's one of those, like, I need to be in a mood where I'm like, I need to feel this right now, or I'm okay with feeling this right now if it means someone else gets to experience this for the first time. Um, for me, it's perfect in handling those topics, both like from any angle. You know, like I said, um, figuring out what somebody wants, figuring out what you want, understanding when it's, time to, it's okay to have jelly legs, it's okay to sit back, um, and just being there for somebody. It's lovely. I need a moment in season 3 where Amity tells the nearest adult that Luce was not alone that day. And you can find other fun tweets like that at the Third Bill. Follow me on social media. Sometimes I must burden the internet with my thoughts. I have spared you from some. One I just kind of dropped on you, but a little more casually. There was a day where I realized um, Leaves from the Vine from Tales of Bossing Say is eerily similar to Reaching Out, and then I wept. I was about to tweet that, and then went, you don't need to feel what I just felt. We don't need to share this. Anyway, freaking Them's the Bright Kids is fun, hilarious, and it's that it's that it's that uh Coven, or what was it? Coven versus Wilds, right? Huh.
Quick BRB for me.
Okay. Um it introduces the backwards history of this world since Bellows took over by kind of pointing out a little backwards thing that we used to do with our children's games. Um, we get the backstory of Rain Whispers, as well as seeing the days leading up to the duel between Lilith and Ida. Because they're starting, like, because like Lilith is starting to like train for it, or it's like it's coming up in a little bit, or a couple months, or a year, I think they say. um but I love, it's a flashback episode that facilitates the point of, hey, that last episode was really heavy and Lou still isn't doing okay. Anyway, let's do something a little fun, but it still builds character. It still serves the plot. It still creates history. We get to see Bump like go through 3 different how do I connect with these kids coming of age movies at once. And I love that, where he's like, I would stake my whole career on any student's ability to have a bright future, and then, oh no, we're doomed, and then I'm gonna help you through this. Oh, never mind, and then still failing, and then getting a letter of recommendation from like one of the most awful people possible, but you need your job, and it worked out. The big scary man is not the principal anymore. um he was terrifying in design, and I loved it. um but um I think it does a great job at building the world. And I as much as I'd love to see the 3 of them interact more, between Rain, Lilith, and Ida, because we've seen them together in like a couple of pictures. Um, I feel like you got enough of Lilith's like headspace, right? Because she's focusing on Coven trials and stuff, and that feeds into what we already know about her. Um, but I liked those little details. I liked seeing, like, because we knew that Ida would get in detention a lot and stuff and was a troublemaker. We know that she tells us that she's powerful. We see her do some impressive magic, but then seeing her, like, knowing all these things about, like, it was like moon cycles and potion ingredients and stuff, like, it was very thrilling, and very telling. And also seeing little Rain and their like little juice whistling. Their only character flaw so far is that they hoard their juice boxes. And I don't know. I like the episode. I think it services things just as good, almost as good, I think, as Hollow Mind. Best non-Hootie episode. Which, I mean, Hootie's in the episode, but you know what I mean. Non-Hootie centric, Luce and Amity separated. Best episode of season 2. The visuals are immaculate. Those paintings, whoever's the monster that works on this show that was like, oh yeah, the paintings are a great idea. You know, it's not like we have some sort of like focused fandom that's going to like burn through every pixelated screenshot of these paintings in the background, but also how the hell did they get those paintings in there? Like, there's murder in there. Those are scary paintings. And like the theories that have like come out of it, and I'm like, is this the dark episode backstory we're never gonna get because of the shortening? Not to bring it up again, but you kind of have to in these kind of conversations. um i I love the structure of it too, going through the different layers of the portraits. There's the first hall that's like the most immaculate, and it's full of lies, and he's like, it almost implies like he's like deceiving himself even. Um, and then we get the second layer where it's like the truth, but like that's Bellos's truth, and then Philip's truth, another layer in, while we're being chased by, we think we're being chased by a monster, but really we've been guided by a monster. So it also starts to put you in this realm of like he's at war. He's at war with his two dream warrior sonas, and all that crazy shit's going on in the background. Hunter's realizing that he lives in a society, and seeing him grapple and process that, but then like seeing it in front of you, seeing the the Infinity Gauntlet moment, the sigils, and just the notion of, oh, they're still alive. Oh, then it's not working yet. Like, it's frightening. And I love the way that he like set things up and tricked people, and it was a combination of, you know, manipulation tactics, but also like, I don't know if it's deliberately science, but like things like gunpowder and things like that, like taking a human's knowledge and using it against witches. um and I don't know, it's it's startling. We also start to get more of the collector. Freaking Skull Kid Bellows is haunting, and like I felt bad like not trusting little child Bellows, to the point where I was like ready to apologize or get shit for it, and then I was like, I creepy kids are creepy and scary, like I'm sorry. Ugh. um Seen enough horror movies to know when something bad's about to go down, you might as well touch the TV and been like, they're here. um I and I love the Hall of Golden Guards. I Because there's something to, after seeing everything. Yeah, Hunter probably wanted out of there, but I think that's what kind of set him over that edge. I think he was still desperately trying to rationalize or compartmentalize everything. Part of him still in denial. Like, it was interesting seeing him sink further and further and further, and we didn't even focus on the worst parts.
Bless you.
Thank you. It's fine. I'm allergic to outside and inside in the summer and springtime. Um, I there was something about his compartmentalization. The way that he still felt like he was trying to rationalize it or like push it away, because like everything he knows is crumbling around him, and he was already struggling for a while, but there was just something jarring about it. And I I don't know. The oh, I'm seeing it in chat too. A lot of people said that it was um the sinking into the ground. Everyone thought he was gonna die. I got a lot of comments like that, and like it freaked me out for sure. But a lot of there's still that part of my brain that was like, "There's no way." The part that got me was ripping off the cape when he got back to the owl house. Like even down to seeing Ida's hand reaching out to like offer him help, and like he just completely just like runs, denies help, like rips the cloak off of him, and just like that, all that panic. It was really interesting seeing the comments on that video, and like a lot of people were like, when he was sinking in the ground, like I was so scared, and I'm like, that I don't know why, like I still didn't believe, I wasn't sure if he was gonna make it out or not. Like I was ready for him to be trapped in Belos's mind palace maybe, but it was when he was ripping the cloak off in the owl house, and like this is the safest environment in the show. It's the owl house. Hootie's got your back. There's snacks and refreshments, and Ida the owl lady has got your back. There's a baby titan taking a nap. Like this is the safest place for you to be. We know it to be the most familiar and safest place for you to be, and he just was not ready for that, and it made it incredibly jarring. um I love that episode. I love staring at the paintings. I I still don't know how I'll feel if that ends up being true, because I do have a bit of a tickling in the back of my brain where I'm like, well, if we're talking about unhealthy people begetting unhealthy relationships, like how Hunter kind of warped Amity's viewpoint, which then was worsened by her insecurities from her own family dynamics. There's a part of me that wonders if, what if that's how Philip remembers it and sees it as, a betrayal. Um, we were, we were brothers, or as close as brothers, and he ran off with the wild witch and all that shit. Like, it could always be true. At some point, those paintings have to contain truth. But there's a part of me that's like, wouldn't that be interesting if this whole deep-seated hatred and resentment that he has is also like this warped, misguided point of view from believing that he was abandoned, or that they must have been together or in love, the witch and the other human that we assume for now is his brother. It might be named Caleb. Shout out to the subtitles for getting that shit wrong. The kill him subtitle. Thank you, Emily. You rock. I'm glad you enjoy the channel. Um but latency must be really bad, because I've been seeing a lot of chat lately where it's like, that's literally what I said, so it's got to be the latency.
Yeah, it's really bad on the main channel right now.
Okay. That could be because I had to change a setting on the gaming channel for the latency issue to get resolved. I might have just not. If I needed to do it on this one too, I didn't check. So that could be a boo boo on my part. I'm in the future right now, everybody, and everything's just as shitty as it was before, but it hasn't gotten worse. Give it time. Or be optimistic. God damn. I love the revelation. It was still very strange to see Luce have that revelation about Belos's identity, more so than the light glyph part, because I feel like the light glyph could have been more of that entryway into it. Um, but I love taking in that time to, you know, obviously Hunter's super connected to this, but taking that time to, have the two humans commune, to talk, to engage. I want to hear another human call me by my real name. Like it's so creepy, it's so gross, and then I facilitated this, like that revelation on Luce's face and the fire from the memory painting behind her. It's like it's just is some men want to watch the world burn. Like it gives me that like, and that's when the kiddo realized that she lives in a society. um uh Edge of the World. I'm tired of getting pissed on. My name my name is a valuable thing. No, I don't know. Edge of the World, I think it does kind of drop at a B for me. Um because I think it services well to lift the mystery of the collector. I'm hoping to appreciate more of the episode by the end of everything. But it it was so clever. I liked that reveal, that because I thought it was so okay. I tried making a video where I like broke down the little season 2B teaser thing that dropped, and I recorded it wrong, and I recorded just audio, and I'm like, I'll turn it into a podcast, and I just couldn't get it to work. Um but anyway, I I I'll try to see if I have the audio somewhere. Maybe I'll throw it up as proof one day. Um it'll be in my only feed. Um I remember thinking it really odd. I'm like, if we're going to show a shot of a village full of people who look like King, you know, doing the laundry, banging the blanket out the window, and it almost has this like bonjour belle kind of feeling to it. I'm like, that's not King's people then. I did not think, however, it would be the opposite of King's people, and it would be King's murderers, I guess, hunters, trappers. I hardly knowers. Um, but I remember thinking that I'm like, something terrible happened here. I loved that reveal. It sets us up nicely for the collector. I remember and I appreciate you for it. A lot of people pointed out, especially rewatching my season 1 video, that I had just said nonchalantly like, "Oh, the island looks like King," and just I think I asked like a dumb question. I'm like, "Oh, is that like intentional? Like, is he gonna grow up to do an island or something?" Um, and like, boom, there it is. And it was like the reveal didn't blow me away so much as, oh shit, that wasn't an accident. Because I thought kind of the opposite. I thought King was like the skull wasn't part of him. He was hiding in the skull of a baby Titan or something. Um, but like he didn't know it. Um, the reveal wasn't as earth shattering as the response, and I loved that. We got also several instances of Hootie being ready to sacrifice himself for everybody. My boy is supposed to be a hole. He's supposed to be the portal. He's not supposed to do that. Um, but it started prepping us for being there for each other when the stakes are high, prepping us for battle in a sense. But I I like that we live more in the revelation. You forgot to give a spoiler warning. Fair enough, but I've also been listing the episodes. But yeah, for a while now, spoiler warning. I guess Hollow Mind is the last point, right? I think. But I've listened to the episodes. Some of the responsibility has to go back on you guys. I do my best. But fair enough. Spoiler warning from here on out. And a little in the past. The Liner Titan's even bad. Yeah. Well, and that was and I have so many questions about that, and it's irritating that I have all these questions about the Boiling Isles, and then we left. But it's fine. I can still get answers. But I liked that it was more on the reality of the reveal and where our characters are at, because we also see, you know, what that entails, seeing the bones, what does that mean for the collector, like how are all these things connected, and kind of seeing that there's a bigger conflict a brewing. I loved the episode. I just want to see if those characters never come back. If the Titan Trappers don't play a role in the final 3 episodes, I'll be really confused. But I still liked it because again, it felt like the characters were processing a whole lot of stuff while we were also processing it. We were just always like one step away from it. Like while they're going, wait, you're a Titan, we're sitting there going, there used to be more kings and they're all dead now. Like this sucks. I really liked it, and I liked I don't know. I appreciate this notion of like, and I hope it's kind of still left up to us, the notion of if the Titan really does still speak or engage with its inhabitants, or if it's just this weight of the presence of your ancestry always being felt throughout the earth. And sometimes it can be a little jarring or frightening, but other times it can be comforting, like a breeze, or looking out at the island itself. Because that's been a thing where it's like, is the Titan communing to King, or is it like a connection? I think it could work either way. I lean towards it's more of just a reminder that the Titan is there, and it's a connection thing for us, the audience, but who knows? Oh, freaking breathing exercise. Also, we also get Willow and Amity finally being the best of pals, or better pals, being good just being friends again on like a more genuine page. Loved that. Gus and Hunter steal the show just before just as Principal Bump shows up and steals it back by going, "The revolution has begun, children. We're gonna take back the school from the dude who is trying to like literally get you all killed." I love seeing characters come back. I love seeing not only are we capable students, but also the students who have double majored or more than double majored have more of a variety to choose from. It also just escalates everything really well without having to like show, you know, Bonesborough burning to the ground. The fact that it just like made its way to the school and they almost made it past Bump and would have without Gus. It's scary. I loved that. But I loved the connection that's forged between Gus and Willow, and in the flashback at the beginning when they're young, and how that carries over into a relationship forged between Gus and Hunter, and then reaffirming more of the relationship between Willow and Hunter still calling her captain, seeing what Gus struggles with. Um, Currently, as we see Willow like entering this next phase of acceptance and embracing her strength and power. Um, and I don't know, there's something about seeing the illusionist Covenhead using illusion magic for something so awful, while we've seen in the Looking Glass ruins and then through a lot of Gus's actions that illusion magic, any power is reflective of the user than the thing itself, right? In anything. But I like seeing that kind of inverse there of like this is the evil Gus route where he uses this to get back at those who have wronged him, because we kind of saw him do it by like nightmare fueling the shitty kids in the graveyard. But I liked seeing it be used for good and recognizing that power within him. It's kind of tied to him being able to detect it. Like it felt like a bullshitter calling out a bullshitter, or a bullshitter smelling bullshit, or whatever that saying is. Um, and I loved, while everyone's still very wary of Hunter, they embrace and accept him. And it's like, okay, you need to tell me what's going on. I liked how he's the one who started to spread the word of like Bellows is awful and needs to be stopped, because it didn't all rest on Luce or even the Owl House trio itself. I loved feeling that. I loved feeling the natural pushback of change against the oppression of the Coven system. I really liked that. Oh man. Oh Titan, where art thou? This one is genuinely tough. Because like I think yeah. Right? Oh Titan, where art thou? King goes on the road trip with Steve, and that annihilates me. Um it's not gender specific, but when I learned the breakdown of like subgenre tropes, boys looking out for boys is a subgenre trope that was in a lot of my, like, we learned it by like listing a handful of your favorite movies and then figuring out what's your most commonly enjoyed uh subgenre trope, and mine was boys looking out for boys. um but it's not gender specific. um I love that road trip feeling. Steve's going through some stuff, King's going through some stuff. I love that fun, while we have Ida and Luz disagreeing. Um, and that one's hard for me because like I don't know who's really right or wrong here before going into what happens on the day of Unity. But it's just hard, and I don't know what the right answer is, and I don't envy people who are put in that position um to be in control of another human being like that. And
Um,
they should be choosing that professionally.
I'm glad you're still streaming, just popping in after work to say I love your videos and everything you are doing with your channel.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. That goes a long way these days.
And their profile picture is Retzko's
Oh,
simple date guy.
oh, it's the space cadet.
Yeah.
That's funny. Um, shit. I'm losing my losing everything. Um, I I don't know. It's that one's tough, and then it also that ends with um the carving, which hits me on a personal level. My grandpa liked woodworking a lot, and fuck out of here with that. Like that's just a spooky coincidence. Like it fits with the story very well. It was just it never even connected with me until I never fathomed the like, okay, now I will show you how. I thought it was gonna be we carve with like a spell or some shit. Not here's a piece of wood and a paring knife. I'm gonna show you how to do this now. Hurdy, the hurdy hole theory. Um, I'm trying to remember where does clouds on the horizon end? I remember now. I'm like mentally mapping in my mind when do I scream? Um, I'll lump them in as the season 2 finale because I mean the whole thing is very um connected. I thought I saw, but don't know.
You
There we
did.
go. Holy shit, Luna again. Thank you. Thank you everyone for an excellent time and for being fantastic. Be kind to yourselves. Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month to you, Luna. Thank you for the $100 donation. Thank you, Jojo, for the 20. Um, um, I, I, I don't see permission to read, um, what you commented, but thank you for the $20 donation. Um, don't don't every dollar counts. Don't beat yourself up over the amount. And I I'm sorry. I hope things improve. And I hope you're doing okay.
X also donated 5 in chat.
Thank you, eggs. Sorry, I didn't want to read one of the messages out because it just specific. It got a little specific and not the fun kind of specific. Um, but thank you for the $20 donation. Thank you, Luna, for the 100. Um, holy crap! And thank you, Eggs, for the 5. Um, I can see the face now. Me.
You are the girl
Who barfed who
who
does
does
accounting. That was a fun day to just sit down and watch that. I'm like, I should have done a video about this. Oh well. That's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite shows. Anyway, season 2 finale. We now that I can finally get back to this point, because Rain Whispers is the greatest fictional character ever. I'm really surprised that they didn't have some sort of backup plan for Ida on the day of Unity. Because what made me love and appreciate, admire that character so much was, the whole you have kids, so I'm not gonna let you die thing. I get maybe the arm was part of it. The infinite handhold move, we'll say. Um I don't know. I'm assuming this is a piece of information that will be given later. But the end of this season, it leaves you in a very, I've talked about this several times now in my videos, so I'll keep it a little brief. But going from uh the 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 blights the blights imploding as a familial unit, the severance package list divorce, um the separation of mom and dad. I like how it feels small and the stakes are so mid as far as the danger that they might be in, but the stake that's there is in the characters, what we've overcome, how much control the mom used to have over Amity and what she's accustomed to having in her family, making sure that Ed and Em are okay, and what's the dad finally gonna do? Because much as everyone just instantly threw all their affection points towards the dad, I was not ready or willing to do that. I'm like, this dude could turn on a dime. I don't trust him. Excuse me. I liked the revelation as it unfolded. Um, Still very much on the side of, and so is he for that matter, that like his 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 absence is part of the problem. His there's a term for it, but like his negligence is compliance, something like that. Um, I appreciated tackling it that way while also having the big kiss scene was very lovely, and I love how it was animated, just like every big major like kind of adrenaline actiony kind of scene. It was still animated in that way, so like that care and joy and celebration is felt in that moment. And looking back on it, it feels like just little crumbs of joy and kindness before everything comes crashing down. Um, but I like the separation of the characters. I like the uncertainties of what's ahead. Um, the the palisman, not even knowing for sure if the collector is truly evil, but certainly an antagonist. You know what I mean? Um, Suddenly, like the whole thing's been thrown off balance. Like nobody got what they wanted, and that's such an interesting place to leave it because it feels it's so fascinating to have both the villain and the hero lose in equal amounts, but in different ways. Because I guess the only person who kind of got what they wanted was Bellows, but I don't think he wanted to come back as chocolate pudding. So there's that element to it, but who knows what kind of damage he could do in that state. Now I'm picturing like that little speck of goop turns into a really small, like re-amalgams into a really small, like Thumbelina sized Bellows is just like, the Titan speaks to me. Like can rest on your thumb. Um, but I love where it leaves the characters because it's an abundance of uncertainty for everybody, including the audience. And I talked about this a lot in my little breakdown podcasty video. Um, if you want to talk to it, or if you want to listen to that. God, oh, this is going on so long. We'll wrap it up soon. I like how I thought I was gonna do other things on this stream, and this is really all we did. Um, but I love, as much as I was expecting like a war for the planet of the witches, I liked that it felt more intricate to um it felt more intricate to the situations. Uh Luce can't overpower Bellows, but she can outwit him. And then her friends come in to help her with the power end of things. Because to his point, you know, Bellows has had a lot more time to master all four elements, save the world. Um, Bellows has had a lot more time to learn and practice and get different combos and stuff. So it was a great way to still even the playing field and anything could happen, but also assert the power of the villain. Um, I liked how Hunter's struggle was more internal in a lot of those moments. Um, and obviously it's not the final battle, but like you'd think you'd see something like that, like Hunter versus the newest Golden Guard clone, and you know things like that. Um, but instead, like everyone was fighting different battles in different levels in different ways, and like Ida Ida having Lilith and Rain with her, um, as she's like taking the form of Rain, taking Rain's spot, and like getting ready to do the thing. And I'm like, she really did sacrifice, you know, getting the sigil. Like, you know, she sacrificed her ideology, a part of herself. Like, there's a lot that went into play there, and the fact that it bothered everybody, Rain especially, was a lot. The Hootie kiss still hurts to think about, won't lie. But it gives so much to the characters. The stakes never dwindle, and then when everything just gets like ripped apart, it's just it's destructive. Like all it's that it's like someone trying to do. Oh man, I'm getting tired. It's like someone trying to do the tablecloth pull with China on the table, but failing miserably, and every single piece goes off the table with the tablecloth and shatters. Every character, every relationship, every dynamic. The only thing we know is four of these like dozen or so characters are four. Am I nuts? Five. Five of these dozen or so characters are in the least convenient spot with no way to return, and who knows what they're returning to. We're all just as clueless and lost as them as to what happened and what's going to happen next, what any of this stuff means, or what's going on, and it just leaves you there. Because, I don't know, at least with like True Colors, the mystery mostly spanned around, I know you'll get back, but how? And what happened to the characters that have been absent and the ones left behind. But this, it's like, I don't. You'll probably go back through the portal, but what will you find? Like, I don't even know if it'll be the Boiling Isles. It could just be a white void of nothing. It could just be King and the Collector sitting at a table playing Hexus Hold'em. It could be, you know, it could be Super Smash Brothers. You know, like it could be all kinds of things. It, it like there's something about that level of uncertainty, and then playing into the uncertainty of, you know, the season getting so shortened. It works on several layers to work with what it's got, because now it can build from scratch. It can take time to build in the human world or not. It's a very malleable. It's a very malleable response to such a terrible situation, creatively. Um, and I think, given what they had to work with and what they knew they were going to have to work with moving forward, I think it's miraculous that it does so much at all, because it's like you'd be doing yourself a favor by making that by answering some of those questions before your season two. You know, like make your season two finale 3 episodes of season two, right? With, you know, that last episode being like finding their way back, or they've already spent an episode in the human world or something. So it was impressive as well as interesting. Um, but I don't know. I'm interested to see obviously what's gonna happen. Um, it's just I jokes aside, I really did think this was essentially gonna happen in some ways, but with Hootie instead of King. So there's a part of me that's a little butthurt that the Hootie Hole theory might not happen, but I'm also like, yo, game on. It still hasn't been denied yet. Um, it could be a little bit of both. They might need each other to make the portal. Who knows? Um, Also, Hootie swallowed a Titan. So Hootie is more powerful than a Titan. Let us not forget. Um, but yeah, I think this looks. I'll give everything a quick. I've been kind of giving it a quick one over, but I'm pretty happy with this. Um, Only 4 episodes that like I absolutely need to skip. 2 of which are itchy. 2 of which are emotionally too much for me. Um, because a lot of these I get emotional in like a whole different flavor or context, or makes you think of different things. Um, I'm pretty pleased with that as far as how I feel. Because like basically these here at B and C, it's only like 8, and they're not bad episodes. Um, I just like these are my like favorites, and then these are like the ones that like, oh, on a personal level, like I could just turn this on and jam to it. Oh, but it is late, and my MacBook is angry, and I'm hot and exhausted. Um, Holy crap. Um, let's a um wow. Thank you again, guys, for hanging out. Um, Thanks for helping us reach our goal. Um, thank you everyone who donated, either to the Trevor Project through the fundraiser, link pinned in chat as well as in the description, or donated to the stream. Again, if you're unable to donate, 20% of my June revenue will also be donated as well. So watching things, clicking on things, hanging out in this stream, that is also ways that are contributing to it too. So thank you guys for that. Thank you for everything to support me. If you liked live streams with me and hanging out, I have I go live on my gaming channel, Build Chill Gaming. It's linked in the description as well as in my channel tab. Um, I think I pinned it in the community tab too. Um, Go subscribe there. I play games there in the evenings around the same time, Monday and Thursday. We just finished The Quarry. We're about to play Hades. We've done a good variety of games so far, and it's been fun and nice. So if you ever wanna hang out and, you know, hang out with me and everybody who frequents that chat and support me over there, or if you get enough of me from the main channel, that's fine too. Um, but I hope everybody had fun hanging out, and I'm glad that um, people seem to have fun as I, God, that was so, this is why I can't do my thinky think videos about shows like the Owl House, because this was like 4 hours and I had to like pare down my thoughts towards the end anyway. Um, I hope everybody had fun just hanging out and stuff. Thank you again, everyone, for hitting our goal. We passed our goal um, by a lot, and I really appreciate that. Um, just thank you, everybody, for, I don't know, especially, I don't know. I try to not take my break until like at least July, because I like raising money in June. Before I was doing the Tiltify stuff, I would do it in June because I would take 20% of my revenue for June and then donate it directly. Because sometimes it would get like a double or triple match in the final days of June sometimes, or something like that, or the last week. So I would turn like $100 into like a $300 donation that way. Um, and I don't know. I I felt like I was kind of letting everybody down or disappointing everyone when I wasn't getting a ton of videos up this month, and it's just been a lot of, you know, checking in and do I need to go to this state and, you know, do this thing? Do I need to be with my grandma? Do I need to be here? Other issues in the world as well as my life. Uh, my my mouth needing my mouth needing dental procedures and services to attend and stuff like that. So it's been a really intense, more so than usual, all around as well as personally kind of time. So I was kind of really beating myself up because I liked generating that, having that goal of generating revenue in June and donating it like we do in December at the holidays. And, um, I you know, I promise if this stuff ever puts me in a way where I'm living financially in excess, I'll be doing more like that. That's been another hard thing for me, is limiting what I do. So also cutting myself slack there, cutting myself slack when I'm not being productive or uploading. Um, so just thank you everyone who's been patient with that, because I have only uploaded like twice in June, 3 times as of tomorrow, if that video gets done. Um, but I don't know. I just appreciate it. I need to plan and take a genuine break soon. And it sucks when I get to that point. So I just appreciate doing the stream and hitting that goal and passing it so much, and that really means a lot. So thank you. Um, Big round of applause for Alana for modding. Thank you for modding. Thanks again, guys, for donating and supporting me. Um, it's been a lot of stuff, and it's a bit of a blow to the old ego to launch a merch store right as the economy goes in the pooper and everyone's got to spend that money on, I don't know, groceries and gas. Bullshit. Um, so it's a lot of making sure I'm not being too hard on myself while also not being naive, right? Um, and trying to grapple with that. But I just want to say thank you. You know, every dollar is of it from a donation. Every dollar that we raise is a win when we do these. But passing the goal is also a huge win. So thank you guys. But yeah, like I said, there should be a little video tomorrow to cap off June. It'll be just me talking about running up that hill, parentheses, a deal with God. Hope you guys look forward to that. And I don't know when I'm going to be taking my break, but I need to take it soon. Because I I never stopped. I was still trying to like make videos and edit and be productive, and that's just a bad idea. But uh you know, thanks for hanging out. If you want to hang out again, I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll be playing Hades for the first time on my gaming channel, Bill Chill Gaming. Link in the description. And don't forget, guys, just like every video and every live stream, every upload, there's a link in the description to a card that will send you to resources for social awareness and education, mental health and crisis lines, Trevor Project resources, things like that. If you or someone you know need them, uh, thank you again. You know, I don't like giving out my here's all my reasons why insert thing here matters to me. I feel like I should just start and end with let's just normalize giving a shit. But there's a lot of reasons why this matters a lot to me, and I just want to say thank you. And yeah, hope to see you next time I upload or go live, or both. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Just making sure everything's good. Will this stay on the channel? Yeah, don't worry. It stays, just like my gaming channel streams. They chill there unless YouTube does something to them. But yeah, hope to see you. Hope to see you soon, guys. Hope everyone's staying safe. Drink some water. Wear a mask if you choose to go out. Be mindful of others. And remember to take care of yourselves, please.